Hello and welcome to Dragon Memoria. Yes, we haven't forgotten about you, don't worry. I just had a biological technical problem to solve. Um, so,
Draken is confirmed cyborg.
yeah, well, I just don't show it, but that's just because you don't see the lower half of my body. It becomes obvious when you do. You know, when they say buns of steel, they mean it. Don't
Does
Buns of
come with a
steel.
number of excellent features.
they? Yeah, it rises on demands. All right. Oh, good lord. I wish. So, what were we saying? Oh yeah, Draken Memoria. So, so, what is Draken Memoria? Well, it's not about cyborgs. It's about Dungeons and Dragons. More specifically, a group of people playing Dungeons and Dragons. So, if this is not something you want to watch, well, the internet is a very large, wild place where you can do a lot of things, including some we can't talk about on stream, but are technically legal, and some we can talk on the stream and are illegal. Oh, and look, someone's worried that I'm gonna kill him.
29 feeling fine.
It says 31 months.
Yeah, but it's a 29. I'm on a 29-month streak. I do it by the
Oh,
streak, not by the months.
okay. Good. That's okay. All right. Yeah. If you don't want to watch us, well, like I said, go do something else. It's as
Get
simple as
out of
that.
here.
Fortunately for you, if you're watching this on YouTube or Twitch, there are suggestions, either to the right or the left. Pick one, and well, have a nice whatever part of the day it is where you are. For everyone else who actually wants to be here and wants to watch us, wants to be with us tonight, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you with us. So long as you stay civil in the chat. Hey, I don't think I'm supposed to play that music here.
Ba-da-da-da.
That's the pre-stream music that I keep playing. Yeah, that was the ambient sound. Ambient sound. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna talk about this right after I finish saying that if you're here, if you stay civil in the chat, and if you want to watch us, it's a pleasure to have you with us. If you're new, welcome. If you're not new, welcome back. The music that we were hearing is ambience music, and when you see a battle map, it's Dungeon Alchemist, and if you see a world map, it's Wonderdraft. The information for each one of those softwares and website are below the window. I think that's everything we need to say. To stay legal, I mean. Okay. Now, what happened last week? It was really boring last week. There was a whole lot of reading and, you know, just watched everyone not do a lot and read books all night long. All right, well, not exactly. Last episode, the party finished their research in the dying library, making haste to leave this place before the ever increasing number of ghosts chasing them became unmanageable. Let me restart. Unmanageable. Fortunately for them, our adventurer made the decision to leave at the last possible moment, leaving behind a swarm of ghosts flying behind them. Knowing they had a few more days before reaching their next destination, they started to read the books they had taken, hoping to learn something about the mist they encountered in the previous island chain. Although interesting information was found about their quarry, the information they found the most interesting was in the other books they found. One book talked about the state of the universe, giving them insights on things no one ever talked about. The second book informed. Let's get the word. Sorry. The second book, information on dragon genealogy and interesting theories, which some party member have good reason to believe are not theory at all, because one of them saw the result of half of the theory. So it's sort of ruins the surprise a little bit. And I believe this is where we left off last episode, with everyone going to sleep after sharing most of the information they just found. I believe we were left with Remy having to absorb the new information he had learned about dragons. Audience reflecting on the conflicting nature of the information he received, because on the first half, it does confirm elements that his god has told him about the universe. Mainly that gods decided to protect what they had created and send them somewhere else. That actually does fit quite well with audiences' teaching. His god being the god who created everything in this realm. What a benevolent god. But the end of the story does say that those his god views as heretics might actually be telling at least partial truth about how the universe is. And Tobiashi, who, well, had confirmation of something he always knew. Audience's god is corrupted.
I just have proof now.
Well,
we could say corrupt. Corrupted implies that they were good to begin with.
Yeah. Corrupt, you're right.
Now we just have to stop audience from being corrupted.
Yeah.
Well, corrupted in the bad way. We can corrupt him in more fun ways, but that's a long-term process.
That also gives a different side to your task, Tobiashi, if you decide to bring audience back into the light, because you have to admit the possibility that audience is not aware that his god is a bad one.
Oh, that'd be hell to try to convince him.
Yeah.
And we'll see what happens.
But there is a chance that he actually knows and is completely on board with everything that this god is. So you have things to think about. And Fisher, well, you know nothing. You just spent most of the time unconscious with Terranad driving instead of you. You're the only one who is in bliss right now, not knowing.
I don't think Fisher's the ignorance is bliss kind of guy.
Yeah, but you're the only one who. Yeah.
But you see, he's
To be
also
fair, he
one
also
of the people
can't
who,
know what he doesn't know. So
I mean, he's also one of those people who might have like a more cutting comments. It's like, had he known this information, and maybe it'd be inconvenient if he made those comments before a certain date.
what?
You know, that's okay.
What? Could never be.
All right. So, the night moves on. You sleep, completely safe, a feeling that is slightly alien to you. Then you wake up in the morning, or what passes as morning in this place. Most likely being woken up by the night, reminding you that there's still a little bit of a way to go before you all part ways again, and he has to finish installing the fences. So, unless there's something you want to talk about with him before everything starts, sort of like it as breakfast. I'm just gonna press forward and ouch, sorry, bandage pulled on my arm here. We're just gonna move forward.
All right.
I'm seeing a yes. I'm seeing a exasperation sound and smiles, and audience's face is slowly disappearing behind his name tag.
Well, he's trying to consume the audience.
Oh. All right. So you finished your breakfast. Hey, audience is actually eating his breakfast. Good. So how are your dried rations? Tasty? Sorry, I'm not trying to be mean.
Actually,
I'm
that
just
is a
gonna let
good
it
reminder.
marinate.
Need to subtract those rations.
Yeah.
Easier to do it at the end of a long stint than in the middle.
Yeah. Then suddenly you realize that you couldn't have been eating for an entire week, and oh, damn.
Wait, how many rations have we taken so far?
Well, 3. Unless you want to give one to the tiny blob in a jar. And that's going to be 4.
Oh, well, yeah, probably, huh?
Thing is, like, we don't actually. Well, when did Jorg feed it last before
I fed
he
it
was
not too long
absorbed into
ago.
the nature shard?
Well, here's the thing. You don't know how much time passed between when you teleported and when you arrived. But if you had to count the numbers of days you are sure, you are on your 3rd week since George last fed it.
I'm pretty sure I fed it recently.
Well, you've been inside of this realm now for 2 weeks and a half.
Oh.
That
I
you are
guess I'll
aware
feed
of.
it.
All right, so 4 rations. Your blob should be good for a month. Well, you can feed it before you reach a month, you know? It's kind of nice if it's happy. But you don't need... It's like saying, oh, you know, you're a human. We only need to feed you every 3 weeks. You know, you can survive. No, actually, I think it's 3 weeks without food. I think it's 333. 3 minutes without oxygens, 3 days without waters, 3 weeks without food. I think it's an average person, not. So it's the same thing as saying, oh, you can survive 3 weeks without food, so I'm going to feed you every 2 weeks. That's basically what you're doing to your blob.
Hey, like you can go several weeks, like but like that number changes depending on like how much you there already is to begin with, because that's when we start getting into like muscle eating and all that, or not specifically muscle eating. You get the idea. But the 3 days without water thing is more constant though, because
No.
we have that covered for a few years now.
Yeah. I experienced a full day without water. That's nasty. All right. So, you eat, you get on your illusory horses. The knight gets on his own device. And you start moving for an entire day. Now here's something that's interesting. I believe that Remy is sitting with audience and Tobiyashi is sitting with Fisher.
Do
Think
we only have two
Usually.
horses?
Sure. Yeah.
Well, it's if he summons more horses, he has to stop more often to summon more. So,
Well, I'm on Magna.
well, the horses go faster than Magna.
They go a lot faster.
Yeah, that's the
Magna
main
doesn't go any
issue. Like
faster
if we,
than we do.
Okay, fair. So yeah, I guess.
yeah, it's like it's hard for Magna to achieve the same 13 miles per hour without needing to rest that a magical, like a magically conjured horse ghost does.
Ghost horse. Does that mean we can call you ghost riders?
I feel like that joke has been made already.
I'm sure it has. I never expect any of my jokes to be the first time they've ever been made.
A
Never.
great group name.
Well, you
We
see-
weren't already the time name.
Well,
Will
see,
it be the
according to
Ghost
the
Riders?
internet, the minute that you thought of a joke, it already happened 5 years ago, even before the internet was born.
Yeah. Oh, that actually makes sense. This is why sometimes I look at a new game and hey, that's my idea. I had it 5 years ago. We have confirmation. It's true. It only happened twice in the past 20 years, so it doesn't happen too often. It's just really annoying.
But it's weird that it happened twice.
Yeah. Slightly frustrating also. Because now I have to change them because since I never in any way, shape, or form found a way to officially own these ideas 5 years ago, now no one's gonna believe me, so I have to change them so that I don't get sued by those who officially took anyways. Back to the D&D game. So, so keep on going for an entire day like this, only stopping maybe half an hour for at noon to just give your butt a rest. Because, you know, riding a horse going at 13 miles an hour for 4 hours straight, whew, that must hurt. So, the entire...
It is a little bit easier when you have good company on your horse, though. Well, in the Raimi's case, it's a large white tiger, but you know, nuance.
Yes, and unfortunately, Remy keeps having to sit at the back of audience. He'd probably prefer being at the front, but hey, you know, you take what you get.
But you get to have the classic, you know, like wrap your arms around the driver and holding on,
Mm-hmm. Oh no.
or at least trying to hold his arms all the way around. But
At 13 miles an hour. So, another entire day passes. And you find yourself once again in front of the small fire that has been made. Very soon, Remy is going to pull up the dome so that the night is protected, even though there is the night there. You are on your fifth night. Once again, you're all together. First night, you only have a few books to read, so you get through it maybe in an hour as you're eating. But once that's done, then you've had a full day to absorb all of the information you have. Is there anything that any of you wants to do, interact, sing maybe?
We're gonna start a musical.
Ah, damn, I thought no one realized that it was going to be the musical episode.
There's always got to be one.
No, I was so proud of it because Every single song has to be a unique song, otherwise we get copyright claims. So
We have to make our own music.
I'm just going through the motions. Immediately hit by Joss Whedon.
that's what I'm gonna say. Hey, I think that already exists. Shut up.
Talk about a throwback.
All right. So night goes by. You all look at one another awkwardly. You're not sure why, audience. Tobiashi seems to be looking at you more awkwardly than usual. Remy seems to be more lost in his thought than usual.
Like, what happened, guys?
You all used to talk to me. Now you're just looking at me weird. Why? Do you have something on my face?
And Fisher's insight's too low to pick up on anything.
You know
We're
what
like
you did.
we're 1 day away now from the
Yeah.
temple.
Well, the base of the mountain, where you're going to meet up with the two other women that you have a crush on in this realm.
Two other whamming.
Yep, audience wouldn't be doing much. You'd just be thinking about the battle to come.
Grooming
Where'd my
yourself.
book
The
go?
potential holy object he can get his hands on.
And then grooming your scale for when you meet up with the women.
You know what? I will roll to see how long it takes me to notice that my book is missing.
What die are you rolling?
I have
Like, what's
no
the standard
idea.
here?
I was gonna do even or odds. D6. Even I do find it before we get there. Odds I don't.
Interesting. Just
I
roll
mean,
something.
I think you
and
mean
tell
figure
me
it
why.
out.
And I'm not figuring it out.
I was just gonna say roll an insight, and I'm gonna tell you how it's going to happen. No, it's gonna be perception.
Insight?
It's gonna be perception, not insight.
Perception? Okay. Perception. Oh. 6.
Nice.
It's not gonna be tonight, I can tell you that.
You're having too much fun, like jiggling the little blob in the jar.
I've never
miss-
seen it this quiet before. It's so weird.
Like, why won't you talk to me?
We are the same species now. Talk, please.
Say
You gotta learn to speak its
Communicate.
language. You gotta wiggle at it.
Communicate if you could hear me.
Then Fisher looks at you and just says, maybe it speaks by wiggling. You need to learn to wiggle properly.
Never would have thought of that.
And from inside of you, Fisher, you hear Terranad say, see, I told you he'd believe this. All right. Well, time.
Everybody else will rue the day that Fisher and Terranad start collaborating on pranks.
The brawn and the brains working together. How should I start calling you? Pinky?
Hey, Fisher's got 18 intelligence.
Oh, Pinky has the innate ability to use telekinesis, so he's all right. So, this is the first night, Fisher, that you don't have to go through any books. You finished after an hour, you got maybe an hour of calm, then you have to decide, are you once again relinquishing control to Terranad, or are you staying up this night? Because you only have maybe 2 nights if you want to talk with the knight. After that, you might not get a chance for several more days.
Mm-hmm.
You can keep this to the last night if you want, or if you're just too scared, you can just go and not.
The problem is, I completely forgot what it was I wanted to talk about.
Ah,
If I remember correctly, there was like themes of like that whole war thing. Uh,
I mean, yeah.
well, yeah, that's when
I could talk
someone
about
suggested that you might use Terry to try and invade his mind to see if you can glean more information about him.
Uh-huh. Yeah, well, that doesn't seem like a good idea anymore. Not that it ever seems like a good idea.
Well, so long as Terry only pick up surface thoughts, he's not gonna realize it's happening. It's if Terry starts pushing that he might realize it's happening.
Mm-hmm. Um. Yeah, no, we're not going to try that. I'm going to wait till the next night just so I can think more.
Think a little bit more. All right. So, how do you spend your night? Just staring at a distance?
I'd let Darren, I don't know, take over.
Okay.
See if I can go to sleep.
All right. Do you
I like
want?
how we all just found out information and we're all just being awkward. We're like, I don't know what to say. I don't want to talk first. Just don't say anything and act like it never happened, guys. That's how you solve
You
problems.
guys found out something. Or at least, I mean, we talked about the other.
We all talked about the information.
Yeah, just not the audience stuff.
All right. Well, Fisher, you have to decide if you go to sleep. Wisdom
many more days
save,
you got?
wisdom check, or just drift off.
Whichever one is the dream one.
Making dreams, that's the save.
The save, okay. Hey, that's not bad. Plus, I don't get a -1 anymore. That would be as long as I'm getting audience's aura, 18.
Wow. Oh, what might you be dreaming about? 18, that's pretty good. So, okay, I'm gonna take into account the realm that you're in right now. You drift off, looking in the distance, slowly turning, fading to black. Then the image comes back as if it was morning, but when you open your eyes again, you notice that it's not exactly the same place. The sky is orange, as if on a sunset. Everything around you is barren, as if you're in the middle of a new desert. Something that turned into a desert really quickly. You are drawn to looking. You're not sure why, but you believe it's north. And you see that little point of light that feels familiar. feels like it's moaning, crying. This is when you get a feeling that something's not right. It's as if you feel as if you failed in some way. It's not a pleasant idea at all. You look around trying to see if you see anything else, and you don't see any of your friends. Suddenly in the sky you hear an explosion. You look up, and it's a brief moment where you think you see something piercing through the sky, through the clouds. But it disappears again. What was it? You're not sure. It looks like something organic. You want to say tentacle, but you didn't see the end, didn't see the beginning. It might have been, the middle section of a snake or something like this. But you get the feeling that it's going north also, responding to that light, going toward that light. The last thing you feel, you hear, it's the thought of whatever is moving through the sky. It's hungry. And it sees something it can consume in that light. Something that will push it back where it belongs. You're not sure why, but that's what you hear in your mind. Consuming that light that you've seen many times, that you'd felt drawn to, consuming that light will push it back to where it belongs.
Cool.
And it's not like the world telling you where that thing belongs. It's that thing believing. So the difference of saying it's where I belong, or more, it's gonna push me back where I belong.
Mm-hmm.
And you wake up on that.
Man, I don't know why I keep trying to have dreams. They're never good. They're
You
always
see-
spooky and ominous.
I like to think that Fisher just likes the movie quality that comes with dreams, because otherwise you're just sitting around waiting for time to pass.
Yeah.
I think you just like hearing me give tales of a very ominous future.
It's like Fisher's actually very into the horror genre.
Yeah.
Horror, suspense, thriller.
Uh-huh.
So, what do you do when you wake up? You just stay there pondering
say
what that
that,
vision
but
of nightmare
then-
means?
Yeah.
Do you share it? Do you draw it on the sand? Do you make a spontaneous song and dance?
Are you ready to start singing about how
I-
you're feeling?
So remember,
Here.
I don't. I correct me if I'm wrong, or if I'm going the wrong way.
Okay.
But the whatever the thing that was, I would be more correct in assuming that was the thing that was eating everything in the book we read about, and not the hunter god, because the hunter god's like a wolf thing, right?
If it's your impression, I cannot say that. I cannot give you the clue that you're asking me. All I can say is that your theory doesn't go against anything you've learned.
Uh-huh. I guess my question is, correctly remembering that the hunter god is a wolf thing, or is that just the symbol they use?
Well, it's the form of his avatar, so there is a
Uh-huh.
strong chance that it is representative of everything he
Okay.
is. He used to be a nature god, so a
Uh-huh.
druidic god. That's why he had a pull. That's why he was able to speak telepathically with Jorg once.
Hmm.
So he was a hunter god. He was a druidic god, so most likely related to the thing about nature.
Hmm. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. All right. How'd y'all sleep?
Good morning. Morning. Good
Sure.
stasis. Yeah, I slept all
Shrugs.
right.
Do y'all ever have like good dreams?
Never.
No?
Yes.
Huh.
Sometimes, yeah.
And he
Interesting.
just does it over and over and over and over.
That would be nice.
You could try meditating on having a certain kind of dream you want. Maybe like,
Also, Fisher, you read Carrie's log. He does have very pleasant dream from time to time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's good.
why
Alright.
you have a bad dream?
I don't know, bad, but ominous.
Here's how I look at it. I don't think dreams are. I don't think a dream can be a bad dream. I think it's all a learning experience. So I
Uh-huh.
wouldn't say a bad dream is a bad dream. It's just telling me
So,
something
so
off.
if you had a dream about like a destroyed, desiccated desert landscape, and the thing that you're pretty sure is the thing responsible for giving you your sentience, uh, moaning in what I assume is pain and crying, and then uh, either tentacled or serpent-like being try hunting it down to eat it. That's what.
Tobiashi,
What
that
would you
should
learn
hit
from that?
awful close to home for you.
Unfortunately,
You've had a dream that had two of those elements in the past.
I'd have to be remembered. What was it? What
You were with
was it?
Jorg, and you had a dream where you woke up and you were in the Mistle Island chain, but everything was desolate, sand, desert everywhere. And you looked up in the sky and you saw this
Oh
massive
yeah.
tentacle just unfolding and going back into the clouds.
Well, it sounds like you need to work on. No, I'm kidding. You might need
unfor-
therapy. No.
Unfortunately, Fisher, you've also now introduced that idea into the brain of a Kenku. So, applause.
I've
You're
kind of
welcome.
I think I've kind of almost had the same dream, but it was on the missile island chain, and it was a tentacle in the sky. I think we've just seen too much death. We might need therapy. Um,
Hmm.
or it could mean like new beginnings, It's a desolate land. There's nothing there. We could start building anew underneath this tentacle god, I guess.
It doesn't seem like the kind of thing you build anew under. Seems like the kind of thing there's nothing left under,
Yeah, that's true. Maybe we look out for symbolism of tentacle gods and destruction. Is it? What? What about the thing that was chasing us when we were when we were trying to get out of I forgot what it was called. Um, what was the island chain place that we were on before
The
here?
Misty
What was it called
Isles.
again? Was it that one?
You've been told to call it the Misty Isles, but you've never actually asked anyone if it had an official name.
Oh yeah, so yeah, the Misty Isles. When we were trying to get back to the garden, there was that thing chasing us, or was that just the judge person? Oh no, that happened when I was with Jorg,
Yeah.
and we teleported back. We were getting chased by this big I don't know, black blob thing when we were that little ball of light. Um, kind of sounds like that.
I think I know
Toby
what
is
you're
rambling
referring
now.
to, and I think you're mixing a few different things together. But hey, if it's how your memory is working, I'll go with it.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what I say out loud. So,
Just sorry, repeat what you said
Well,
out loud.
yeah.
I was with Jorg. Um, it was when we were off by ourselves, and I think we were looking. I don't remember exactly what we were doing, but we ended up having to run from these guys on horses. Um, so we hit the ball. We hit our orbs to go back to the garden, and we were getting chased by a space being that we could see when we were little blobs of light trying to get back to the garden. Um, that's what we saw when we were
Sure do.
coming back.
Cool. That's. Does it have like big tentacles or something?
Make an intelligence roll, Tobiyashi.
I guess what I remember it kind of did. That is
Do you
14.
think if Raimi stabbed him with the pacifism knife, he'd remember it better?
Well, it would give him advantage. So how much did you roll?
14.
14. So yeah, you keep to that version of the vision you had, but you remember one detail that you seemingly forgot. There was this sound in the background, like something hitting on something else.
Oh yeah, like hitting an. Yeah,
This
okay. I don't know if it had tentacles or not. It's weird seeing 360 and trying to pay attention to something. Um, but it was making there was like this really weird like pounding sound, like big things colliding. If you've ever heard like a it's almost like the sound like if a lightning bolt hit like a shield or something, like the shield thing that you guys do with your spells.
Audience, wake up!
Okay.
Audience,
Yes.
make an investigation roll. Let's see if audience's mind can add something to this.
Investigation? Probably not. But
It's
yeah, no,
All I
that's a
know is you were
6.
getting chased.
okay. You just see audience going as you're all talking. Sorry.
All right, well, enough about tentacles and pounding and giant things. Don't we have somewhere we gotta be? How many more days we got? I'm talking to the old
Today,
guy.
One,
today
I
is the
think.
day.
Today's the day.
Today is the day.
Yeah.
We want to.
Sorry, Remy's cat is running everywhere. Oh no, it's distracting.
So I'm trying to remember when Remy arrived. Did he... I guess the first time you heard about this...
We did.
I think...
We did tell the garden exactly what we saw.
Oh, no.
so
I'm just trying to remember when Remy joined in. There is this piece of information that audience failed to remember, that Remy might remember, but it would be at the very, very beginning of when you joined with us. So I wouldn't blame you for forgetting.
Yeah, because Raimi joined like pretty much just a little bit before actually, like when everybody got there.
Yeah.
Because like he joined you guys at a dream first, and then he joined you in real life.
So I think you were there. So you would have heard that conversation. So make an investigation roll. See if your mind manages to grab a few different threads together and weave something.
I forgot to open my dice thing. That would be helpful. Oh, come on. Trying to set that. There we go. Doo. That's going to be 21.
21. All right. It's a bit hard. It goes back to a very long time, the very beginning when you were with everyone. You met those little creatures that exist in the betweens. At sunrise, sunset, they told you could always call for them on those times if you need their help. They're there to help the world run smoother. You've met them on a few occasions, and that night was the night when you saw something fighting in the distance. The day after that, you met those entities, I believe, in the morning. And they revealed a few things to the group, I believe. Do you remember these little creatures?
Oh no, I do remember the little creatures. It wouldn't have been necessarily at the beginning of the adventure because I believe this was on our way
to the mountain. It was your first adventure with the group.
Well, actually, I thought that was like on our way to the lake incident, but I might have been like conflating the two trips because they were kind of like not necessarily back to back, but we'd already established a pattern at that point that there was no time to rest at the garden. We must leave immediately. So sometimes breaking things apart can be a bit difficult.
Yeah. No, it's you remember correctly where it happened. It was near there. It's just that there are two occasions where you walked that specific road.
Oh
But
yeah, okay, by that same road.
yeah,
Okay,
but
maybe that's why.
it's the right place. So it's something that they said. It's the different clues that you seem to be hearing, and that element coming back into your mind.
They were talking about a shattering of the walls of reality
They
that
were
started when
talking
the
about
objects.
Something like that.
something pushing on the boundary of this world, and like when you push on a point in ice and you see the cracks just going before it cracks. The problem is that they can't see where it's being pushed on, but they keep having to work on those cracks, and those cracks were responsible for different events that you've eventually gathered. And Tobayashi's recollection of his dream and that moment he spent between world when he heard that like something striking a barrier in the exact word that he used. And now Fisher and Tobayashi having this dream of your world being desolate and this entity living in the sky. You have clues that something is trying to push in, but it already is in a way. The hunter god already has an avatar here.
Meaning that Raimi could reasonably conclude that
something else is trying to push through. Something much bigger.
siege tactics are the work of cowards.
And there's that element that comes back from the story that audience told about his book. Gods are panicking right now. They're looking for places to hide.
Almost as though, say,
A
an
god-eating
entity that a lot of gods are afraid of has begun to notice something that was left unnoticed before, and may or may not be trying to hold.
Judging with what audience said, if that god realized that your world was there, it wouldn't have any trouble breaking through the barrier. It's smaller than this.
I mean, if we're operating under a similar forces, it's not unreasonable to possibly believe that this entity, this bigger god, doesn't have avatars of their own.
At least it doesn't have a way to manifest itself. Or even worse. And this is something that would probably have Remy's feather rise up of the little he knows. An actual god trying to manifest itself in the material plane. So far, the only thing that can materialize itself in the material planes are avatar. Something's preventing God usually from just appearing as they are. They would drive everyone insane.
I mean, above table, I know every story has its own reason for why gods generally don't take on mortal forms or can't express themselves fully in that regard. But honestly, I've been more of the headcanon that simply put a mortal form simply just cannot contain fully the full presence of a god.
Well, a
Like
god would need to create its own body, and it has that ability. The problem is that manifesting itself in a world would drive everyone insane nearly instantaneously. He'd lose any follower he could have on this world simply because his presence would blow their minds apart. So there's something that's counterproductive in manifesting yourself physically in a world that's suddenly going to become desolate and abandoned. You're going to lose power by doing this. That's sort of dumb. But then again, if you're desperate, if you're panicking.
Or if you're just chaotic.
Even chaotic gods care about their power. That's probably the only thing they care about.
I mean, I can imagine like a god being petty enough to be like, if I can't have it, nobody else can.
Yeah, no, there are gods that are just there to destroy everything. Yeah, sure.
Like, look, if they're not my followers, then they're not going to be your followers either, because they won't exist.
Yeah, well, that would be incredibly petty, but some gods are.
You say some, but you know, I've read enough mythology. Most of them are petty in some way.
Yeah. Well, let's just say that my versions of gods are more representative of the incarnation of a specific aspect and less flawed humans like the Greek gods.
Well, it's not just the Greek gods, but like, you know, like that is like one good example.
Yeah. But yeah, these are the threads that seems to be hanging loose, and then they all seems to fit in some way.
Now Raimi has to like pull out the checklist.
And try and talk to this about everyone. To everyone, I mean. About this to everyone. Yeah. You have to say
Man.
the words in the right order, otherwise it doesn't mean the same thing. Alright. So, what does this Remy do with all this information? His eyes just grow wide and we skip to the next sequence, or? Fade to black and we come back after the break.
It's trying to figure out exactly how he would put that.
I have to admit that from Remy's perspective and what you told me about some of the things that Remy is thinking about, it suddenly is starting more and more to look like that the end of this campaign is going to be all of you caught up in between a clash of gods. Just saying. Just saying.
Yeah.
It's like well, looks like a volcano's about to blow.
Yeah. That, yeah.
Shoot. So only Remy knows about the whole protector, the barrier.
Well, no, audience knows, he just doesn't remember. Fisher was there, but not active when that information was given, so that's why I didn't make him roll. And you were gone while it happened, so.
What, like a literal volcano or?
Well, audience, now that Remy talks... no, sorry. Remy hasn't talked about it. He's just talked about volcanoes. Never mind. Go back to sleep.
Well, it's just
Sorry,
like
I'm being mean.
Raimi like reconsiders like how he's going to do it. It's just like he's going to minor illusion an egg, and he's going to like knock on it, like in the illusion, and then like make the illusion like start having like the eggshell start cracking.
Um,
It's like he minor illusions an egg, starts knocking on it, and then changes the illusion so that there are cracks on the egg.
so are you saying a shield is gonna break?
So Raimi nods, but also gives the so-so motion, and then he kind of like minor illusions, like since apparently, yeah, because he's 5 feet tall, so it's big enough. Like the shield that he usually makes for himself when he protects himself,
I
and then
remember.
he minor illusions a. Uh, Actually, that's a good question. Is there like a world map, or are there only maps for individual island chains?
Um, yes, there would be a world map. Um, it The thing is, would Remy have seen it? Well, he went into the
But
large library.
that's my question. It's like,
Um,
first, does it exist? Second,
you did visit. I believe you did visit the library in Otonel, the flying library, didn't you?
oh, you know what? I I actually seem to recall like Raimi. I don't remember like the specific reason for why he was doing this, but I do remember Raimi going specifically on a library trip somewhere to look at maps.
Well, then, if it was in a library, you probably have seen one. The accuracy of these maps is the thing that's more iffy because
Yeah, like
not a lot of
more like he
people.
just like saw it in passing, so like the
Yeah.
details aren't going to be as great.
No, that's probably the problem because specific race took over different place of the world. The center region of the world is where humans and elves have established most of their domain. When you start going higher, you get dwarves. Lower, you get I believe is thieflings have taken over a few places in the world. So because of that, because there are territories where it's mostly just one race, there is a world map, mostly to say, hey, careful when you get there, you might be in trouble.
Like
Um,
basically basically the forces at work that like creating that map are largely decentralized because
yeah,
each culture is going to have like their own way of putting together a map, and it might not necessarily like all come together in a clean and neat fashion.
exactly. But there are people who took the time to take all of these maps and draw what the world probably looked like. As far as you can tell, and this does support the idea of an original landmass, because half of the world, um, from top to bottom, is covered in this huge mass of small island chain. But as far as you can tell, the other half of the world is only ocean.
Yeah, so like I guess since Raimi doesn't really have a world map to like illusion for them, he's just going to settle for minor illusioning uh, a map of like the Missile Island chain. It's like, but then like possibly minor illusion, like to maybe perhaps emphasize the point, emphasize a few other maps that he knows.
Okay, well, there is the island chain of where you come from. That is a little bit to the south of the Mistle Island chain.
And yeah, he'll minor illusion. They again like the normally like what his shield looks like when he uses it, and then again minor illusion the egg and the cracking, and then minor illusion like the maps of like some of the island chains that he knows.
So there's a shield around the world, and then it's breaking.
Raimi nods, just like, and then like he like makes himself like try to look as big as possible.
Yeah, that sounds
Just
about
like
right.
it's like and then he kind of like opens his mouth a bit, and uh even though this isn't precisely accurate, hopefully they understand the implication. Is like he's gonna like start like doing like that very classic like a holy oh.
And God being is the one, the big God thing is the one doing it.
It's Raimi nods. It's like volcano's about to blow. Panic,
Oh,
everybody panic.
I think
Well, that's not gonna help anybody.
I had I just remembered that has to be right because there's something about spheres that protect worlds.
Yes,
Um
your master did talk about this. It's funny because I never talked to you about it, but now that you're bringing this up, I can give you that information easily. Your master did tell you about around each world there is something similar to what could be called a protective layer. If you try and penetrate it too fast, you just burn through it. Well,
these yeah, these spheres are it would be hard for something unless it's very strong to break it unless there's extremely improbable circumstances because these spheres that are over these different worlds are using like several to as many ever gods that are protecting this world to keep this sphere up. At least that's what I remember.
Uh-huh.
And something
Alright.
about a god that was in prison for a long time, but my notes cut off there.
I think that
Tabayashi
Hunter
just having a
God's
bunch of
been
like scrolls of notes that he's trying to
No,
look through
but
while he's
wait.
talking.
So it specifically says God that was in prison for a while, the hunter cult, they have nothing to do with this. That's
oh,
literally what the note says.
it's a different God that was in prison for a while.
Yeah.
At last, after 10,000 years, they're free.
And then our pantheon includes three powerful entities. Don't know what that's about. I think that might be separate or combined. But
well, and that should give you the enough information to know that Tobayashi's memory is full of holes. So,
Mhm.
it might get better. I gotta look at some stuff.
Well, good thing he's made of goo now because he can start filling those holes
Huh?
and making new ones. Really, whenever he wants, I guess.
so as far as you know, there are four major gods to your world: Augathar, Rosek, Pleathra, and Sedunt. These are the
Isn't I?
four most powerful gods of your world. Agathar represents the light. Rosek represents nature. Pleathra is represent being carefree, bit mischievous, and Sedunt represents evil. He is the one responsible for the dreams you had the night that both moon disappeared in the sky. It's his way of messing with the world.
Mhm. But even evil gods need a world to be evil in.
So when I came back. right.
Anybody else feel like the more we learn about what's going on, the worse things seem to be? Like, we never get good news.
It's like we suddenly find out that our game has transitioned to Call of Cthulhu.
Yeah.
We're actually going to start having to roll like for insanity.
For your comment, Fisher, you do hear Terranad say, well, it does appear that your world decided to summon all of its greatest heroes all at once. Since when does that feel like it's a good news?
Fair enough.
And that's all you hear from Fisher.
You know, it's almost like for example, like when there's suddenly a surge in the birth of elves.
Yeah.
It's like, oh
Exactly.
shit.
Elves usually take this as a bad omen. Oh no, we're gonna need all those extra elves. Damn it. Eulogy mean war or disease? It's not good.
Maybe both.
Yeah.
In fact, we might as well just summon all the horsemen.
And you know, just
War, pestilence, famine.
just to pile even more on this, you know, the garden. Damn, why didn't you see this before? The garden has emblem of the god of the unknown of the
Unsung heroes.
unsung heroes. It's what he does. He appears to make sure that heroes are properly trained for their ultimate challenge. That is his purpose. Damn, why didn't you see it before?
Well, let's.
In fairness, I'll say in fairness though, it's like Raimi was a bit focused on one particular hero and like how great they looked. So
Hey, but that should, you know, audience should probably like this very much. This realization means that your world considered the 50 of you that were called to the garden its greatest heroes.
Audience already knew he was one of those. It's expected.
All right. Well, we can't
We
do
are
anything
everybody's
until we get
Bokuto
back.
hero.
So
He is worried for the world that Toby's on that number, but
they,
Whoa.
it's
like,
it's the greatest
like,
potential heroes. They got to get trained first. Toby's just
Well,
well, I mean, it really begs the question though, like how many times have they called 50 heroes?
yeah.
and you
what
know,
round of 50 heroes are we?
you know, and into audience's mind, it could always be, you know, they called 50 heroes, but Tobiashi disappeared for a moment, so maybe he was 51, and you know, 50 died, so he just got bumped up once, and hey, he's now one of the 50s.
Well, we do know a hero died in the garden, and then Toby showed back up.
Well, actually,
second round.
actually, might as well like make all those like Kingdom Hearts connections because like you know like screaming here, but just like even like the main protagonist of that series, like you know his acquisition of like you know like his power was really more of convenience because the one that it was meant for like fell to darkness literally moments before.
All right. Well, let's work on getting back to the world before
Yeah.
we worry about it.
All right. You all get back up on Remy's illusory horse. And you start moving throughout the day, pondering about everything you just talked about. And What can this all mean, imply? I mean, you're already on a quest, to prevent the hunter god from getting. To prevent a hunter, which you assume is the hunter god, to get three, three trophies. You're not sure why. Then a servant's gonna get sacrificed, and you're not sure what's gonna happen after that. You're still missing a few pieces of the puzzle.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So you keep pondering on this throughout the day, and once again, you arrive at night. You all get back down as the Remy's horses disappear. The night looks in the horizon and says, well, we should be arriving tomorrow, maybe in an hour or two. Feel like you're gonna be getting on a bit of an adventure without me, so I'd suggest that you get a good night of sleep. We're gonna reunite with the rest of this party. I'm gonna see what they gathered for material. I'm gonna do my best to create something, and then in the meanwhile, you're gonna have to go get some holy object. If you got any questions before, I hate spending all this time traveling like this.
Do you know anything about the temple? Like, do you know what we might have to face, or have you never been inside this temple?
No, I've never actually been inside the temple. There is a ward around it, a living ward. Only lets living organic inside. Fortunately,
Okay.
I'm all gears and magic, so I can't get in.
I see.
He's going to bring his hands together as if in prayer, and then minor illusions, a question mark.
All right.
I think he's wondering if only like faithful people could get in there.
That Jake said, but
Oh, never mind.
Oh, okay. So
I tried.
I guess you're not good at charades.
No.
Let's see.
been well established.
Praying, question mark. Could be.
Oh, what god is it?
Yeah,
Raimi taps his beak.
That's where I was going. It's I don't have a whole lot of information about that god. I believe I've heard it reference to Caladane. All right.
You're back.
He's about to say something, and audience, that does ring a little bell for you, a very little one. It's mostly a benevolent god, but he does have a reputation for being a bit vindictive.
Wow.
So long as you do him right, he rewards you. Do him wrong, and he can send something to hunt you for the remainder of your life. He's been known to make sure that you literally are scared of your shadow for the rest of your life. Human god, usually. Few tiefling pray to this god, but usually humans. He's... We can see a few of his insignia everywhere in the temple. It's mostly faded. Probably like everything else here. It's not from this place. Probably taken moments before it crumbled to dust. The information I have is mostly things that I've read, and a few people that actually tried to get the key inside, which has been, like I said, remade into a holy hammer. Usually people that wants to have the hammer, it is said to have significant power. The only thing I know is that you have to enter the temple and you have to stay there. You have to pray because the vault in which it is only opens at a specific time of day.
I see.
No one says, at least I've never heard anyone say which time of day it does open. So usually people go in, they stay in, and they don't come back out.
Okay.
So there's probably
Interesting.
something guarding this thing. That's about everything I know about this temple.
Why does every vault have to have a security system?
Well, it wouldn't be a vault if it'd just be a room.
Exactly. Hey,
All right.
otherwise, what's the fun in getting into a place if you don't have to work a little bit to get inside of the secure place where you're going to get your...
Right? If you don't have to work, there's nothing good in there.
Yeah. Then after that, you have to run as fast as you can because for some reason, vaults always crumble immediately after you take what's inside.
What? Oh,
No, you've never read that?
no.
That's like treasure hunting 101.
If you remember, Remy was actually surprised the first time you raided a vault. It didn't collapse when you got at the end.
Interesting. All right. Well, go get to the temple, pray a bit, defeat the guardian, get that hammer, get out before it all falls down.
Well, you're going to have one place where you can buy a few things, because if I remember correctly, from the base of the mountain, maybe 6 or 7 hours of walk, there's a village there. Actually, it's
Okay.
probably grown to be a town now. And I haven't been there, and he taps on the side of his helmet for a while. Haven't been there, 49 years. Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to remember me. Say, sorry, you won't really...
Do you think the town's going to be in danger once? Because remember, there's going to be a massive attack once we took the holy object. Do you think the town's going to be in danger from us taking the holy object, or is it far enough away?
Well, that's actually a good question. It depends on from where they are. Maybe that would be a nice thing to mention to those living there. Just have them secure the place. Maybe hide for a day or two. Yeah, you might get to save a few more people before you leave this realm. That's always a good thing.
Yep. Saving people is nice.
All right, well, you have your schedule for tomorrow, but for now, one last night out here. So, everyone get to bed. I feel like you all need...
I meditate for a bit before bed.
Oh yeah, that's all right.
I'm trying to remember stuff.
So yeah, that's probably a good thing. Get a little bit of rest. You've all been oddly quiet all day long. I don't know what happened, but you usually talk more. Well then,
We've learned a lot of stuff recently.
Oh,
I think it's all just kind of sinking in, you know.
okay. Well, if that's how knowledge hits you, it's a bit odd, but okay. All right, well, settle in.
Did the if you don't want to talk about it, that's cool. But the big old war that you mentioned that you were a part of, what started it? You're saying it was like a war for like the right to exist,
Well,
like.
it became that. I guess, who knows if it started like that. Uh, started with the strangers.
What did the strangers look like?
Tall, very skinny. They have this pitch black skin. It feels like when you're looking at them, you're looking at the void. They started moving throughout the realm. Initially, it wasn't hard to push them back, but they never stopped. They never stopped coming. They never stopped pouring into our realm. Then the undead started to appear. And then an undead lord. Then everything went to hell. Mages went insane. The elements started to be crazed. Elemental being having multiple elements inside of them started appearing. The mages used all of their knowledge to wage war on everything. Built new designs for flying fortress. Created arcane constructions. More and more complex, more powerful. Then despair. We don't know exactly how long this has lasted. We only know that no one knows when it started anymore, not even dragons. For you, audience, that hits a bit different. You know that dragons live thousands of years, which means that he's talking about a war that lasted thousands of years. Eventually,
From
even,
everything I've heard, though, it makes sense for the war he's talking about.
yeah,
But
eventually even the dragons disappeared. I'm pretty sure they're not dead. They probably just sealed themselves off somewhere. Would make more sense. Cities fell one after the other. Kingdoms disappeared. Eventually, life simply endured in pockets around the world. Well, actually, that was the state of the world last time I wasn't there.
Um, Can I describe a exiled to him and ask if he's ever come across a being like that?
Well, you can describe it according to what you've seen in books, but you can always ask Tobiashi. He says he's been trained by one, so he can probably give a description that's more accurate.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll start and then turn to Toby. Like, is that accurate?
I'm sitting there meditating. What happened?
Toby, wake up.
What? Well, what sounds right?
Can you describe your master for the night?
Okay.
So I'm curious to know if he's familiar with them.
Let me see if I could find the description of him.
I'll do the basic, kind of super powerful, spooky beings with like a hood that are covered in cloth. That kind of has a mind of its own. I don't like Toby's.
I don't think I got a description of him.
Well, that's probably because the jeez Louise. That's probably because the description that I sent you is 3-page long. So
Oh, wait. I might have found it. It's really precise. So when I seen him, from what I seen, he has very fluid movements. Very poetic, kind of silk moving in the wind, kind of a move to him. The master longer than I realized. You want to know what he actually looks like?
alright, so
Yeah, I don't think I have a description of him. Silk robe always wore. Okay, he always wore silk wrappings, with the gray silver color highlight. He had always been a nerving patient with me. Blah blah. Like,
right, I believe the description that
provoke him.
you're trying to give to everyone is when encountered, an exile looked like a human wrapped neck to toe in a silk-like cloth and wearing
Yes.
a hooded cloak. Some have been seen wearing a robe on top of their bandages. They always wear the hood up, and only two glowing eyes can be seen peering through the darkness created by the hood. No one has ever seen the face of an exile. Not even you, Tobiashi.
That's the description I give him.
The silk-like...
Because they're so ugly. Sorry.
Everyone stares at you for a moment. The silk-like cloth which covers the body also share in their mystery, as it seems to have a life of its own. It comes in various single color shade of brown, red, white, and gray, and their borders are always embroidered with white, fine, faintly glowing writing from a language only magic and the exile can read. The writing always speaks of the exiled wearing them, although never divulging more than an exile is willing to share. The cloth seems to be able to subdue the glow of its writing, should the exile need it to. The exile often refer to the cloth as their cloth, and it is not rare to hear them rather refer to their cloth as if it was a very dear and beyond intimate friend. That is an exile.
That's what I explain. And then I close my eyes and go back to meditating.
It's really weird. Tobiashi's voice just like suddenly got like really deep
weird.
and echoey for a few minutes, and then
as if compelled by something else. And then audience just interrupted all by just saying, "Oh, it's because they're ugly."
I pay no mind to audience's comment.
Even Terry looked at audience because for some reason Fisher took it out of his box before all this happened. Even Terry looked at him. And then you saw Terry focus, and you were afraid that he was going to call Beatles on him. So you said, "No, Terry."
Not target practice.
I don't think I've ever seen a creature like this before. At least they haven't been on our world. Yeah, maybe that's something from your world. Tobiashi,
Well, they're very specifically not from our world. Or that's what they say, at least.
Tobiashi, your teacher did explain to you, and he showed you in ways that... Well, actually, I've never had you roll for this. All right, give me 3 wisdom saving throw. Give me the results.
Just straight?
Yeah.
Okay, so we got a 3. We have a 16 and an 18.
Okay. Well, you know that your master did try to share with you everything that relates to him, what the exiled are. But judging by those roll, especially the 3, you were never able to get through everything he tried to teach you because it is mentally and
That was
emotionally...
without my modifier, right?
Sorry?
That was without my modifier, just straight?
Yeah, because technically that would... I take them as you rolled them because technically they would have been before you started this campaign. So,
okay.
Hearing him talk into your mind, showing you what it is to be an exile, is extremely emotionally and psychologically draining. You've never been able to go through the entire story. So, unfortunately, you don't know the entirety of the story he has to tell you. But one thing you do know is that they come from a very beautiful place. And they were faced with an impossible choice. And as your master has always told you, to be an exiled is to have committed a crime. And having been given the chance to atone for your crime. That is what it is to be an exile. That is not something that they hid. It is common knowledge that they say this.
Okay. I'll say that while my eyes are closed.
Probably, audience, your god has used this to help you further the image, that they're heretics. They have committed a crime.
Yeah.
And it is a heinous crime according to your god.
All right. Well, that was kind of... and then I'll just ask if he knows anything about a kind of supreme being that devours worlds, gods, that kind of thing.
Where do you want to start? Their mythology is full of these gods.
I don't know, biggest one, possibly involving either tentacles or a serpent.
Wow, you're really narrowing it down.
You're welcome.
Well, there are a variety of gods. Any god that is old enough has had a lot of history with the other gods. They've skirmished, fought, went through wars. I mean, a lot of priests are chanting the fact that we're going through all of this because the heavenly realms is going through all of this also, and it is just manifestation of what's happening up there in our world, sort of like a mirror. So I don't know, maybe a lot of gods. And, the more a god is, the greater a god is, the less of an actual shape it has. The greatest of gods, they don't have any official shape. They are just being that exists. They coalescing energy which creates a form. Some greater gods literally don't have anything. They don't have recognizable species. They don't have recognizable gender. They're just embodiment of something. They are without official shape or form. Some say that some are even shapeless. That all hits you like a hammer because it's what you always hear in your mind when you try to give a shape to that cloth. You have all seen at least once that burrows itself into your mind and turns your stomach upside down.
Oh, that's the one the hunter cult guys had, right?
Well, you've seen it associated with them, but it is not the emblem of the hunter god.
Yeah. Oh boy. All right. Thanks. Let's get going.
Mm-hmm.
More time we spend here, the longer we've been gone, right? I think.
Well, it's what audience has been saying so far, so maybe.
Yeah.
You don't actually know for sure.
Mm-hmm.
You know that when you spend time in that space where you're just a soul, the closer you are to traveling to a red orb, the more distorted time can become.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only confirmation you have. You don't know if in this realm time moves differently.
Yeah. All right.
I'm still waiting for the twist that we're actually like occupying the time that we were missing the first time that we jumped. Like, it's like, oh, this is where you were that whole time.
All right. All right.
Conservation of space-time.
It's all this wibbly wobbly, timey wimey.
Yeah.
All right. And I think it's a good place to have a break. Just as you're all going to sleep. And tomorrow you're going to wake up, feel refreshed, and get ready to save
The
people.
rumble. Oh,
All right. See you back in 15 minutes after the break. Bye. Hold on. It's marsh sounds. Hello and come back. I know the music started playing something different. I don't know why. I listened to some music during the week, and that's probably why it got all
Just checking to
messed
make
up.
sure you were awake.
Yeah. Life keeps checking if I'm awake. It's annoying, honestly, from time to time. So, the night is probably relaxing. Fisher, unless there's more you want to talk about with the night.
no.
All right. So, when morning comes, apparently Tobiashi wakes up.
I jump up. I just sit straight up. Fish, are you awake?
Yeah,
I remember.
I'm always awake. That's not true anymore. Never mind. Sorry. Continue.
I know yesterday I was poking your face. Anyways, I remember what happened. So it was when we were taking that week-long break, after we started talking to vendors about getting our magical items. Me and Jorg went on an excursion to see these. We went to go see something. I don't remember exactly what it was, but we ended up finding a cloth with a symbol on it. That symbol that mixes up your mind, like that something. It's like it's the thing on the cloth that I don't know what it
It
is.
is unshaped.
It makes you feel sick.
It's what keeps coming to your mind when you try and give it a shape. It is unshaped.
It's like it's that one thing, that. Anyways, we got one of those cloths and we were trying to take it back to the garden, and we were getting sicker and sicker by the day. We were making our way back, and we ended up getting attacked by these guys on wolves. Don't know who they were, but we teleported out of there. And as soon as we teleported and we had the cloth on us, we got that sickening feeling. And it was like something looked at us while we were going back to the garden in that other area, whatever it was. This thing was huge, really big. We couldn't see it, but it was so big that we couldn't see it. And it was like it was trying to grab us with tentacle-like things. We heard smashing like it was trying to get us. Don't know why it couldn't. Probably because of the sphere that's protecting the world. But it wanted us for that cloth for some reason. And then we ended up making our way back to the garden and giving them the cloth. And a squirrel did something to my silk. Anyways.
What?
No, nothing.
Okay.
That's everything I know about vast tentacle monster in space. I mean, the other realm.
Mm-hmm.
So it definitely is connected to that cloth somehow.
Uh-huh.
And that could be an issue because
And
it's at the
you
garden
gave
right
it to
now.
the garden
Yep.
to research, right?
To research, yep.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, then we should probably get back.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea. I'm pretty sure audience and Remy could hear it, unless they're not awake yet.
Well, the way you woke everyone up, probably. At least Remy would have been up. I'm not sure about audience, but Remy would have been up.
It's like, why is Tobiyashi so loud?
Meh, meh.
No, that's Remy.
Mhm.
You know these damn arcane device that wakes you up in the morning, always going. "Wah, wah, wah."
Knew that meditation would work.
Clears the mind. Then audience looks
Anyways,
at you
let's go.
because you fell asleep during your meditation. That's why you woke up.
All right, let's get going to the temple, or the city before the temple, or the city town. You know what I mean.
Let's get
City
going.
town temple thing.
All right. Remy summons the horses again, and you whisk away to the base of the mountain. Just like the knight said, after an hour and a half of travel, you arrive at the base of a rather imposing hill. Not quite a mountain, but still, you look at this and then, haha, that's gonna. I don't want to have to run all the way to this with a jug of water on my back. It's probably something that you do for a heavy training for something. But as soon as you arrive at the bottom of the mountain, of this large hill, rocky hills, you see Iselna and Azidra there piling up material. Soon as you are probably 5 seconds away because of the speed that the horse are going, you just see them turning around and, hey!
How's it going?
The horse arrives and you stop. Iselna is the one that seems to be the more open-hearted with all of you, just going, hey, it's been a while. What have you been doing? You see Azidra looking at her, and Remy, it's always there. It's in her body language. That title again, as she looks at Iselna, just going, do you always have to be this loud? This, everyone, look at me. I have friends arriving. Come on. And that title again, just seems to exude from her body. She just can't resist doing the signs with her hands. You worry too much. So, what have you all been doing? I hope your travels have been fruitful. You've learned much. You haven't
We all
all
want to kill
bad
each other.
things.
you haven't drank any potions from weird mages, have you? Because that's really rough.
I've drank enough potions from some weird
Oddly
people, but
specific.
Well,
Not mages.
well, one day you say to a mage that you're gonna do a job for them, and they tell you that it's a sensitive job and you can't ever talk to it to anyone. They give you a potion, you drink it, and he says, "Thank you for your time. Sorry, the memories that you made while you were in there are also my property. Bye."
No, that didn't happen.
Good.
yeah,
Because I can tell you, it leaves you with some really, really weird consequences. And Remy, you discern that little moment, that little tick in her head going toward Azidra when she says this. Anyways,
All right, we're good to go.
We gotta
Ah,
hurry.
Oh, really? Why? You hear Zedrak go, "Oh, you didn't do anything stupid, did you? I'm gonna have to watch your back again."
Short answer.
We don't need to hurry. We would like to hurry. How's that?
I'm not gonna explain everything that we learned to you. All I'm gonna say is
Bad
the
shit's
world is
going
gonna get
down.
destroyed.
It'd be nice to get back
Yeah.
before it's gone.
Yeah, before there is nowhere to go back to.
Isalna just go, "Don't worry, your world's going to be there. And if not, well, there are other worlds you can go to. I know a few worlds personally which are very nice.
I kind of like the one I'm from.
I'm just saying, you have options if you need them."
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Mr. Knight, have we gathered enough material for you to do something interesting? Azidra looks at Iselna and says, "Why do you always call him Mr. Knight? He told us he is Knight 771. Because that's not a name. That's an identification code or something."
It's what a name is. It just sounds different.
Zedra
Like
looks at
when you think about it.
So what's your number?
Fisher.
Yeah.
Like, right. Like a name is just the code you use to identify somebody.
You hear the knight just go, "Oh, when you're done talking, there's probably a few things that you should all see. Mr. Tobiyashi, audience, Remy, and Fisher. So, you're going into that direction. If you will follow me on top of the first level of that hill. I don't know if you have a spyglass. I think you have, and he taps the side of his helmet. I think that looks like a spyglass in your backpack, and he points at you, Remy.
Will take it back, but Raimi nods and pulls it out.
All right. Well, if you look in that direction, you can see there is a small crevice. And in there, you'll find the town that I just talked about. It's pretty well defended. I'm pretty sure they survived since the last time I was there. And a few hours behind it, you can't see it now, but you will by the time you get to the town. There's a little temple over there. Probably someone knows about this inside of the village. They probably are going to be able to help you get at least some supplies if you need them. And like we said, you can always mention to them that there is a high chance of a tide of undead washing through their village, and they should probably find shelter for a few days and then come back.
Let's just not mention that it's possibly because of something we're going to do.
I think we might have to. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't listen to us.
Hey. I mean, we could just... Yeah, okay.
All right, well, good luck with that.
We're probably not the first people to go for the mace.
Fair enough.
Oh, no, I'm sure you're not. Maybe you're the only one who is ever going to come back, though.
So I get to have the... No, I'm kidding.
I've been to, like I said, I've been to the temple. There's just this ward that prevents anyone that's not living from entering. And I guess I'm not technically living, so that's the only problem.
Insert philosophical question here.
Yeah.
And, you know, I've never been able to find a group of competent people. I mean, I've been able to find a few competent people, and he points toward Iselna and Isidra, but a group of people, well, that's a bit harder. And he looks eastward. I would hurry up if I were you. Taps the side of his helmet again. It's a bit odd that the hags haven't done anything yet. And I can see a storm coming. Those are rare here. I'm getting a feeling that it's not natural. It's gonna be here about it maybe 4 days.
All right. Well, let's.
Alright, we can get in and out in 4 days,
Yeah.
right?
We're gonna get in and out in no, sorry.
Well, you're gonna need 1 day to get there, and another one to come back. So that gives you 2 days to convince everyone to leave their village and
I mean,
search the
if
temple.
they're not, I mean, if they're not going to, they're not going to. I'm not going to spend a year trying to convince them.
Oh, good. Like I said, I think you only have 4 days, maybe 5. Yeah. Hags are preparing something, and it's gonna blow your heads off. Maybe quite literally.
Alright, well then we won't be there when it comes through.
Low.
All right. Well, enough conversation with you guys then.
Which head? No,
Yeah,
I'm
let's
kidding.
get
Okay,
going.
let's get out of here. Which head are they blowing? Sorry.
Well, it depends on who
What?
you're asking. One party member wants a specific one, but the other ones. So he looks at all of you and says, well, keep an open comm, so if you die, we'll know exactly where to get you.
Okay.
All right,
Sounds
move
good.
along, get out, move.
We move.
Let's go.
Yeah, remember to tell Isalna and Azidra about the storm. I haven't had time to tell them.
Aren't they here?
Aren't they like right here? I'm confused.
Maybe they're 100 feet away. Just a little bit far.
Oh,
to...
did we not finish walking towards them?
You finish, but he asked you to follow him on top of the first level of that hill.
Oh, okay.
And they're at the bottom of the hill, gathering things.
Oh.
They're maybe a few 100 feet away.
All right. I guess as we walk by, we could just be like 4 or 5 day timeline. Hags cooking something.
Big old storm.
Oh, right. Well, I feel like this could be interesting. Zedra looks at Isalna. No. Just listen to the night. No. Hurry up. We'll keep an open comm too. If you need anything, any information, any hints.
You've been here before?
Maybe a year ago. Just curious.
Alright. I mean, any advice?
Well, we haven't entered the temple. It's
Okay,
Azidra that's
well then.
talking. We haven't entered the temple. We know that there's a ward around it against the living, but there were wards against other things also. Unfortunately, every time I try to get in, I get a little bit sick. That's probably my half-human part. There might be something that interferes with human biology.
Wait, award against the living? I thought it was
No,
only the
just human
living.
specific. No, the
Oh,
living
okay.
ward
Oh,
is to
human
prevent
specific.
undeads from
Well, luckily,
entering.
none of us are humans.
Not anymore. Smack Toby on the back.
What?
See, Toby, you planned for this all along. Good job.
Good job.
I don't know what I did, but I did something good.
We don't know what you did either, but
We got this.
the
Everything
result.
falls into place eventually.
Yep.
Right.
I have a whole bunch of information that I just haven't been asked. I know who the big bad guy is, guys. I've known this whole time.
Well, we gotta go do this thing first, so I'll talk about it
All
later.
right, I'll forget about it until later.
No, write it down.
Like right before we're about to walk through the door for the fight. Oh, now we're
Now I remember. It's gonna be that.
So we're starting to head up towards the
the town.
Yep.
town. Okay.
So you can walk for an entire day and get there at the end of the night.
Or we can do
Just
magic
ride
horses.
the horses.
Magic
And
horses.
get there a lot faster.
And get there in time for dinner. No, not dinner. Lunch.
Lunch.
Yeah.
Let's go with the lunch option.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? Maybe they serve something that's pleasant to eat.
Well, gives more time to tell them to all leave and move on.
Mm-hmm.
And move on.
Nobody wants to leave right after, like in the middle of the night.
Yeah, no, it's better when
They're
you
trying
do.
to go to bed.
You have a little lunch and then you tell everyone that they have to evacuate.
Yeah.
All right, you get on your horses and you start moving like the wind toward this little point in the distance. You see things changing a little bit around you, and that's comforting in a way. You know, landscape changes a little bit because there was this hill that suddenly is becoming smaller and smaller. Again, you cross maybe a horde of zombie on the left, and then maybe a weird creature on the right, and eventually the terrain starts dropping a little at a time. You find yourself entering this very small valley. More like a cliff that people decided to make a home in. As you get closer and closer, you start seeing how this is. It's probably maybe 700 or 800 feet wide. And this village has been created at the center of it. It stretches all the way to each side of this crevice. And there are even some housing that have been carved directly off the side of the wall. When you arrive, you see maybe 5 or 6 guards. They look pretty well armored. One thing that draws your attention, Remy, is these guards. They all have this little symbol. You don't know the symbol, but you recognize what symbols like this represent. It's symbol from a guild. It's on the collar of their armor. So they're all part of the same organization. Usually when you see this, Remy, it's a guild, but it's usually not the kind of guild that you want to have to deal with. In this place, it's probably representative of some guild that got caught up and drawn here into this world, and they had free reign. And so now they walk openly. And they intercept you as you're entering this village. Halt, strangers! Where are you going like this?
We're going to go into the temple.
Very well, you don't need to come through here.
I mean, are we not allowed to like grab some gear here? Do you not want our salt?
So you're here for commerce, I guess. He turns and looks at another of the guard. You see the guard is going, oh, if they have enough salt.
Sure. We're here for commerce and also to warn you guys.
Warn us of what?
Well, when we collect the mace, there's probably going to be a horde of undead that might put your town somewhat in danger. And then there's also the hags are brewing a storm off in the distance, going to hit about 4 or 5 days that might affect you guys. So you guys might want to lay low for a while, couple days.
When you say when we retrieve the mace, you immediately see some of them going.
All right, I'd like to go inside of him. No, I'm kidding.
Grab his jaw and pull yourself inside.
Uh-huh.
Right. You're honest about that.
Yeah, because we're not your everyday run-of-the-mill randos trying to get the mace. We actually probably have a decent chance to succeed. Actually, we will succeed. So.
Yes, of course. One guard arrives and taps on the shoulder of the guard who's talking. And
can I roll a persuasion to convince them that I'll
yeah, sure.
succeed? Okay. Because I believe I'm going to succeed. That's a 21.
Okay, well, you're pretty sure you convince him that you honestly think you can do this. Okay, so like I said, there's a guard that arrives and starts mumbling something in the ear of the guard that's in front of you.
Can I see what they're saying from their mouth, or do they have helmets on?
That's what I'm writing to you.
Oh.
Because of your ability to lip read, Tobiashi, you see that the guard who's talking in the ear of the other one is saying this in his ear.
Okay. And that's all. What's the guy's reaction after he says that?
He goes silent for a moment, and well, all right, you can get in. Don't stir up any trouble. Just don't do anything that would draw too much attention to yourselves. And he looks at all of you for a moment. I get the feeling that there's something you're having a hard time achieving.
We will. Thank you.
Being awesome? Yes. Always.
Move along.
After I guess we get in, I'll whisper that to audience, I guess, not to make
Maybe
a scene
50
and everything.
feet away from them when you turn.
Yeah.
What did he say?
He might be interested in talking to them. There's somebody here that might have the same plan as us, or might be wanting to get it too.
Oh.
Interesting.
Did they give any description or name, or did they just say
Nope.
someone?
They just said he might be interested in talking to them.
So we know it's a
I
he.
think he might.
Okay.
Unless, no, I'm just kidding.
It's a shapeshifter. It doesn't mean anything.
It's a woman
Well,
in armor.
We could
We
do
could
the
look around
classic
and ask.
thing. We could go do the classic thing where we go to wherever the local drinking spot is and then mention that we're gonna go grab a vase and see if anyone picks up on it or looks interested. Again, I
Yeah.
don't want to waste a ton of time here trying to find a guy.
We could set up
Yeah.
a stand and be like looking for mace
Yeah,
getters.
set up a stand right after the guards tell us not to draw attention.
Hear ye, we have a job for you.
Mhm. I
Also,
mean, going to the bar and doing that would
All
probably
right.
also draw attention. But yeah, I mean, yeah, not
I
as
have-
much.
We could just
three
send Remy
goals.
off into this
I have
place.
3
and-
goals here. That's to check if there are any supplies they have that would be useful. Now maybe find this guy, see if he's interested, see what kind of guy he is. And third, tell the mayor what's happening, and after that it's kind of up to them what they choose to do.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right, let's go to the bar.
First thing adventurers do: go to the bar.
Alright, you guys, okay, someone go to the bar. Someone come with me. Who looks official? Someone come with me to talk to the mayor too, because I do want to give the warning. So
Who looks official?
Audience is probably the one who looks the most official of
yes,
you.
who else looks official? Who wants to come
I
with me?
could put on my good clothes. Like my suit and everything that I have.
Yeah, that's always reassuring to see a monk.
I could bring out my nice hat.
Hey, I could. I go put on
My
my
fancy
suit
hat.
and then I put my hair back and tie it in like a ponytail to where it looks like it's slicked back.
Save time.
Wear my
Split
mask.
up.
No, I'm kidding. I don't put on my mask.
Especially the way
I
you
feel
designed it.
like Remy should go with the bar group because I feel like he's better at spotting people than you guys are, picking up on subtle cues.
I'll put on my clothes. No, actually, all I do is take my.
I mean, Toby just
Hmm?
read that guy's lips and was able to.
That is true.
That might be helpful at the bar.
So do we want to do Toby and Remy go to the bar and try and find the person because they're more observant? And Fisher, do you want to come with me to the mayor so we can move more quickly?
Sure. That sounds good.
Okay.
That's good to me.
Any objections? All right,
Toby, Remy, you ready for date number 2?
great. Yeah.
Yep. I take out my needle and take out a string from my suit and I put the clothes on for the needle of disguise or whatever it is.
Mhm, mhm.
Put my hair back. All right, Remy. I reach out for Remy's hand. It's time.
Just like maybe a little bit taken aback, but we'll hold it oh, he's doing this willingly now.
I look back at audience. I'm like, wait, does it matter if our faces are seen?
I don't like. Our face has already been seen by the guards. I think it's. I'm not trying to do disguises.
Okay, let's go.
Hey, Remy, you wanted to seduce audience since the beginning, but slowly it's starting to look like you're gonna end up with Tobiashi.
Maybe it's one of those situations where it's like you have like a guy that's like your aspirational guy. It's like,
And you have
but
the
then
fallback
like
guy.
Poor Toby.
I mean, it's not as though like the fallback guy doesn't have like positive qualities. It's like, but fallback guy can't necessarily like bench press you if he really wanted to.
Yeah.
No, but now he can be very fluid with his gender.
Bro.
That is true.
And I could fit in a cup.
A large cup, but still, yeah.
It's a positive quality to some, I guess.
I mean,
All right.
I guess that means you could fit in a certain kind of cup.
All right. I guess
Stop it.
I will ask directions towards the mayor from the nearest passerby.
Well, the moment you do this, there's someone that looks at you for a moment as if you asked the most obvious question you could possibly ask. And you recognize in his eyes that moment where he wants to say something, but he's holding back, and you recognize he wants to say, "Are you serious?" He's not saying it.
Audience definitely does not pick that up. Someone else might.
Fisher does a quick 360 and is looking for like a real fancy house or something that maybe means it's obvious where it is.
Well, make a perception roll.
Uh, 15.
15. You look around for a moment, and there's nothing that obvious. There's, the in small villages. Although looking at this, it's more like a town than a village, so maybe not. But in small villages, the mayor sometimes lives on top of the inn. But that's more. You're more like in a town. I mean, there's this building that looks a little bit bigger. But that honestly looks like a barricade, a barrack. There's that temple over there. Looks fancy, but it's a temple. It's probably where people go to pray.
Or where the priest lives.
Yeah.
Anyway, what does the guy say?
Looks at you. You want to see? You want to talk to them?
Why are you being weird about it? Is there something up with the mayor? Is that unusual?
No. Why do you say it? No, I haven't. No, I don't.
Okay,
I don't
well,
think the
now,
mayor is
yes.
unusual. Don't say
getting
something
real-
like this.
You're saying it real defensive, like.
Well, you can even see a little bit of fear in his eyes.
Okay, so just tell us where the mayor is.
Well, just go to the temple.
Is the mayor and the priest the same person, or does the mayor also stay in the temple?
Well, he's the priest.
Okay, so the priest
All right.
runs the village. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
He's
We
the
appreciate
high
it.
Right.
priest.
Okay, we get it. That's enough from you. All right, let's go.
Sounds good. We're walking away. Oh, that was interesting.
Yeah. Seems like he maybe abuses his priest-like powers a bit. That'll be interesting.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll deal with it when we get there.
Sounds good.
I mean, the man who holds all of the salt, salts all the fries. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, he is the salt man. He's also the man who can heal people, so we get it.
Uh-huh.
Bless people, heal.
Which
people.
means definitely don't mention the fact that we have holy powers, because he might feel threatened.
Says the guy who.
Listen,
Yeah.
we're just two wandering knights. I have no holy powers. I'm just a common swordsman. That's very
Yep.
good with the sword.
Not too common, because we want
Yeah.
them to believe us.
Believe that
about
we can succeed. Yeah, we're both
Yeah.
very skilled swordsmen.
it. Yeah, there we go.
Right. Okay, so you head toward the temple. Meanwhile,
Oh, let me actually just put away my holy symbol real quick.
just put it inside of your shirt. And oh no,
Yeah.
that's right. It's a fitting shirt. All right, remove it, put it inside.
Yeah, no, just like rip it off real quick.
Switch to my long sword, not my shiny base.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Tobiashi and Remy get to the tavern where some people are talking. This place looks more like a town, less like a refugee camp as the last one you've been in. Some houses look like they've been repaired several times, uh, but feels like it's more established. People have been living here for a little bit longer, and either the wards around this place are stronger, or they just have better means. Probably Remy, one thing you notice more than Tobiashi is the presence of gilded people. You're used to watching those signs. And you see faded marks on some houses, suggesting that they might have taken over town after a while. In the beginning, they were subtle, but these marks on different buildings have faded over time. They haven't been maintained. So they're no longer hiding. The moment you get inside the tavern, like I said, you notice there are a few people. People are gathering around. They're eating quietly. The thing is, you more than Tobiashi, because of your background, because of the fact that you've lived more in those underground elements. When you enter the inn, there is a silence that just falls into the inn for 5 or 6 seconds. Everyone turns around and looks at both of you as you're entering, to the point where
Just trying to piece together how that works.
There's that moment when they look at you and it nearly feels like you did something wrong. But after 5 or 6 seconds, you feel the atmosphere just calm down just a little bit and people start talking again. You've seen this kind of attitude in villages and town, where a guild has an iron grip to the point where it's nearly civil war level tension. They're scared.
We're looking for a. No,
You recognize that attitude of civilian being scared that authority has entered the place. But the moment they take the time to look at you, and you don't look like a soldier, you don't look like a guildsman,
yeah,
you
like
feel
a
that
businessman.
tension just break a little bit, and they start talking again.
It's like the new guy in town walking into the saloon, the desert saloon.
I heard I could get some jobs here.
Everyone moves
Right in
away.
front of your boyfriend? Jeez.
So what do you do when you enter?
After I look around a little bit and see everything calm down. Well, I don't think I see everything calm down, but
Well, you
after a while,
notice the silence, but Remy has personal insights into how that feels. You don't. So this is why he noticed this. All you notice is that moment where everything went silent and everyone looked at you in a way that made you feel like, did I do something wrong? And then suddenly the tension breaks and everyone goes back to talking.
after everyone goes back to talking, I'll look at Remy and be like, and start walking over to the bar, like what is it called?
Counter, the desk.
Counter, yeah, the counter thing.
All right. Well, you see someone behind the counter. Probably the innkeeper is. Well, sit down, sit down. A human. You recognize the same type of clothes that you've seen in the other village. Very tight everywhere, that has this layer of protection against probably scrapes and bruises. But his face is easily visible. Then come in, sit down. You look like you've traveled a lot. He looks at you and then
Yeah.
he looks at Remy.
We definitely did.
Where are you from exactly?
From out of town. We just got married, so
Oh, congratulations.
thank you. It was a beautiful wedding.
Okay. Well, have a seat. And he looks at you, Remy, says, Miss, have a seat.
Jamie shakes his head.
Oh, okay. And he looks at Tobiyashi, says, Miss has a seat. Thank you.
No, it's sir. Anyways,
Oh, okay.
what would you recommend out here? I know it's kind of a dead space, but you know.
I recommend drinking a little bit of holy water before you consummate your marriage.
Jesus.
Uh-huh. Okay. Give me something strong.
Okay.
Like, give me the
Remy, too.
saltiest thing you got.
Give me the saltiest thing you got.
So just for people watching, it's not a reference to same-sex union being unholy. It's micro how is it called?
Look, guys, it hurts the first time.
Micro cuts when you're inserting that thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was referring to.
He's assuming a lot that it's their first time, but
Well, he said
Yeah,
they just got married.
God, he's definitely from a before time. Anyways, sure, buddy. Give me. What would you recommend a drink that's gonna get me drunk? Jeez.
Okay. Well, you have a choice between, and he takes one bottle out, second one, and the third one. The third one is dusty as heck. Depends. Do you want something a little earthy in taste, something a little fruity in taste, or something really exotic?
Whatever's cheapest.
Right.
I expect you don't
Man,
take money here.
Jamie's actually curious, and he holds up 3 talons.
So
Well, he's curious what their version of exotic is.
As I'm talking to this guy, I'm looking to see if I hear any other conversations or if I see anybody talking about stuff on their lips.
okay, make perception roll.
Just like whispers, just like, I don't know where he puts it.
16.
Okay. I imagine that Remy also is listening to what people are saying.
Uh-huh.
Make a perception roll also.
24.
24, alright. So, the innkeeper looks at you, Tobias. He's alright. He takes the first bottle and just before pouring the drink, he says, well, it's going to be a quarter of an ounce of salt.
Quarter of an ounce of salt. You take flour instead?
Does it become salt when you burn it?
Well, you can make bread.
Oh, flour like this, right.
What? What flour do you think I was talking about?
I don't know, you just got married. Figured you might have...
I'm just looking at him like, mm-hmm.
Uh, yeah, sure. I'll take your bag.
I have I have 11 pounds of flour. How much would I don't know if it would portion out in bags.
um, hold on. Sure. I'll take 5 pounds, and it's gonna pay for both your drinks.
All right, sounds good.
Just holding on to 5 pounds of flour
Well,
casually.
yeah.
I don't
But
need
that's
flour.
that's also the thing. That can't be unless that alcohol is extremely expensive. That's a bit steep. But he said it in a way that felt so casual. Damn, price must be high in this village.
Wait, who noticed it? Me or him or Remy?
Both of you. Remy would
Oh,
notice this because he's used to the criminal elements, and you because 5 pounds of flour, you can make 10 loaf of bread with that. Damn.
mhm. I'll say that seems a little bit little steep in price, but I don't know how your taxes work in this town. So, um, you guys pay taxes to like a mayor? Is there like a
Well,
government here? You got a king?
well, I don't know what the
A group
government
of
mean,
people you
but
pay for protection?
oh well, of course we give part of everything we make to the temple. It's the priests and everyone that lives in there. They need to be fed.
Hmm.
They need to be healthy. Why are you asking so many questions about them?
Oh no, I was just wondering. I just got into town. I like to know where I'm at. Okay, every town we've been to before here has kind of had their own thing going, tyranny, different things of government. Um, so I always like to ask just so that I'm not stepping on anybody's toes.
No, no, of course, no. There are any problems like this here. This is a respectable town. Remy, you're not buying it when he's saying this. With the perception roll you made, you're not buying it at all.
Actually, I wonder, uh, in particular, is the man's eyes wandering to any place in particular when he says that? Kind of like similar to a tell. Uh,
No, but well, not a tell in the sense that he's wandering. His eyes are wandering toward a specific person, but suddenly you do notice the stress in his eyes. His eyes are darting everywhere, sort of like making sure who's inside of the tavern right now. As he's repeating, no, it's a respectable place. Why would you think this?
I never said it wasn't. I was just asking if there was
Well, it
some law of the
is.
land. That's good. Here you go.
Thank you.
I'll hand over. Anyways, thank you for being so inviting. It's been hard to find that on the road. Um,
Of course, of course. We know it's harsh out there, and we're always more than willing to welcome strangers in. It's a harsh world out there, and we have ample room if you ever find that it's an interesting place to just start living in, then of course, just go talk to the priests. I'm sure they can accommodate a house for you both.
Oh, that sounds good. So you keep talking about priest as just priest here, like you guys. There's no mayor.
Oh no, the mayor is one of the priests, but there's more than priests there. They have their own little militia. You know what a paladin is?
Yeah, I've seen them when I was before we came to this. I'm not really sure what to call this place. Land
Oh, you're
area.
one of those people. All right. I get it.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense now. And he looks at Remy. That's probably very common where you're from.
What's very what are you talking about?
Feathered people.
You didn't call him a bird.
Well, yeah, I'm
It's
glad
like
you didn't
Remy's just
call.
taken aback by just how respectful he's being.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was like, well, yeah, you'd be right. It's a very common thing.
Right.
Anyways, I'm
okay.
gonna enjoy my drink with my husband. So
Yes.
you could stop looking at us now.
He leaned. He was leaning toward you for a moment. Oh, okay, that's good. Okay. He goes back to his thing and he serves Remy that glass of very exotic alcohol.
I take my drink, I look around, I'm like, people nowadays, oh my gosh.
For some reason, I want to imagine like the drink having like a curly straw with an umbrella sticking out.
It's a pink straw, curly. No, it's you get the feeling that they haven't opened that bottle in a long while. And when you take a sip of it, it's very reminiscent of dwarven ale. Very strong, very earthy taste. But if you'd have to say you'd want to say not dwarven ale, dwarven whiskey. You'd have to say. Something about this reminds you of whiskey and how dwarves always have twice the amount of alcohol in all of their alcohol than everyone else.
Yeah, so whiskey and then dwarven whiskey.
Yeah. You have
Take
that
a drink.
You have that moment where you drink it and you have the wow, you can remove paint off the wall with this.
Maybe let's Tobiyashi have a sip.
Yeah, I take a sip. As I'm going to drink it, I'm looking for my pendant, and I don't know what my roll did for me.
Oh, pendant. That's interesting. I'll think about this as we go back to the other half of the party. So, you go straight for the temple, Audience and Fisher. When you arrive at the temple, you recognize the priestly robes of priests, of clerics. They see you arriving. Like, please, my sons. Why have you come to our temple?
We're here just to give a warning to the mayor / head priest here, because we learned that the head priest is kind of the mayor of this town.
Okay. Very well. Do you bring an offering as well?
Shh. I don't know. I don't know the customs of this town. Is an offering
Oh.
required? We just got here. We came here to give the warning.
I see. How selfless of you. Very well. Give us a moment. He turns around. He rings a bell. Then you see someone arriving. Has a bit more armor. Audience, you'd recognize a knight in training, possibly a paladin in training.
Do I sense what god he's trying to worship? Like, does he have an obvious emblem?
You're not exactly sure. You don't know the symbol, but it does look like a sun, but coming from the side of a hill, which is a bit odd. Usually sun comes off the top, sort of to bring the light in. So maybe it's not a hill, it just looks like a hill.
Okay. But I don't recognize the
No,
symbol.
you don't know that symbol. It's completely alien to you.
Okay. What's the vibe I get from him?
Vibe check.
Yeah, what's the
I
paladin
believe
like?
that's insight.
Since I usually can sense like other paladins' vibes, do I get a sense like?
Okay, make an insight roll. I'll give you advantage because it's your domain.
Okay. Well, hopefully I get better than that. Still not great. I got a 9. I don't have good insight.
You get a very stiff feeling from that person. Either he's one of those paladin that's really, really lawful good, you know, or you don't know. There's just something odd about this.
Okay, I don't want to use divine sense in case he senses my divine sense, so I'll hold off for now.
You just have this chain reaction of aha, everyone sensed everyone.
I mean, he can use divine sense on me. He'll sense that I'm not evil, but if he has it, I just don't want him to sense that I have divine sense.
Okay. Like using a radar, instantaneously, everyone in the water know that. Oh, you have a radar. Okay.
Yeah. He will sense that I am neither an undead, nor fiend, nor evil, so...
Oh, that's always good, but...
Although for some reason he detects the like a brief evil ping from
yeah,
from
a very
inside.
slight brief evil pings coming from him. He's not sure now.
It's like something evil is breathing down your neck, audience. But you are okay. So, he talks for just maybe 1 minute. He looks at you. He nods and goes back inside. Ah, well, you're in luck, my sons. You can enter. We'll forgo the usual. Customs. Please enter.
Okay. We appreciate it.
You see someone wearing the robe of a novice cleric enter this initial room, just waving at
I'll
you.
lead over to Fisher. I'll be like, all right, Fisher, best behavior. I feel like they're going to be insultive. Also remind me to be on my best behavior.
All right, sounds good.
Like take
Check
a
out.
note for my secretary to read back to me that I need to behave.
Yeah. I'm telling you to behave, but also to make sure I behave. Even though I'm the one seeing. I can get a little challenging, especially when other paladins or priests start being rude to me.
Oh, really? I didn't know. Thanks for the warning.
Don't let me get in a 1v1. No, okay.
I challenge you, mayor of the city.
You
Or
know,
the other paladin, but yeah.
it would actually be interesting for like these two to go like on an extended sarcasm battle. because neither one has like a high enough insight to not necessarily detect it immediately.
So this acolyte arrives next to you, and please follow me. I'll take you directly um, to the main hall. And as you're walking, you do notice a distinct difference in riches. Outside, it looked like a conventional town, but here, oh, good lord, marble, decorations, the priests, the paladins, knights. They
Oh, are
don't.
there multiple? Are
Oh
there like
yes.
multiple paladins?
Oh yes. You move. Well, you're not sure if they're all paladin, but you have at least confirmation that there is a militarized branch.
So there's
of
like a
this
full
place.
order here.
Oh yes.
Okay. Audience looks around to get some tips for his church. Oh, sorry, not me.
All right. So this is the kind of arch that people like. Interesting. Interesting.
Dang.
You walk down a very long corridor, a long hallway, and you look in different rooms as you're walking by. Those whose door are open, and you do see there's quite a lot of people. One door closes as you arrive. Immediately the priest says, "Oh, don't worry about those people over there. They just want a little bit more private, people, strangers entering in a new settlement always creates a little bit of nervousness. I'm sure you're used to this."
Yeah.
Make an insight, please.
Fisher, please make a good insight. I will not.
And you think I will do any better?
I don't know. I rolled a 5.
I rolled a 9.
Okay. Well, Fisher, you can't pinpoint where, why, who, what, where, when, but
Not bad.
you do feel like there's a slight level of stress in his voice when he says, "Don't worry about what's behind that door." But why? Who was? It's just he doesn't want you to wonder what's inside of that.
Is it like an obvious?
With a 9? No.
No, like the door. Is it like ominous enough that like I would be wondering what's behind her, or is it just like a random?
The door itself
door?
doesn't look ominous or suspicious. It's how it was closed as you were approaching, and audience had that reflex of the door just. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not just like we walk into the room and there's like a closet door over there, and he's randomly like, "Oh, don't worry about what's behind."
So audience is just muttering to himself right now, "Don't get involved. Don't get involved. You don't have time. Not your problem." Get involved.
Because of your training, audience, you do recognize several levels of in the I always have trouble saying that damn word, hierarchy of this place. There do seem to be novice people who are trained, possibly people who could be called veterans. So in D&D term, you notice people that are level 1, you notice people that are level 3, 5, possibly higher than this, and just counting, you sort of have that moment of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. By the time you get at the end of the corridor, you're sort of at.
Is there anyone I get the vibe of like I couldn't take?
So far, one-on-one, no, but all of them.
Well, yeah, I assumed all of them. I wasn't trying to take
Okay.
on. I'm just.
So far, one-on-one, no. You don't. You get the feeling that you're probably more experienced than them. There is a little bit of nervous reaction. You do carry yourself. You're nearly level 10. You carry yourselves in a way that's different than the majority of people. There's a confidence in you. You know you can't be beaten in a single strike in most battle, which is very different than the average people, the average person. So
I kind of
I mean,
lead
didn't
over to
audience
Fisher.
already walk around like that?
Yeah, the audience worked out like that from level 1, but it maybe was a little more false. I don't know. It wasn't false in his head, but maybe others. I am gonna lead over to Fisher though. I'm like, honestly, I just don't think I'm gonna mention that we're going for the mace as a wording. I think I'm just gonna mention the hags.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think these guys are gonna be super into all of that. So
Sounds good.
yeah,
As it turns out, the whole town is actually gay.
I made the right move.
I mean, I don't think it's like they're gonna actively attack us if we mention the mace, but I just don't think they're gonna take that as necessarily a bonus towards the warning.
Well, yeah. Well,
But I also feel like these people could take undead, just from what I've seen of defenses and how much holy power they have to bear. Like, and I assume this town has well-placed wards.
yeah. I mean, we could also say, like, with the hag's threat, there could be an
Some
undead
undead.
horde
Yeah,
with it, right? You know?
yeah, we can say that. I'm just not. Yes, I agree.
Although, if we're trying to get in and out before the storm hits, and we only warn them about the storm, the undead horde's going to come before the storm comes.
It will, but again, I think these guys can somewhat take the undead.
So it takes a minute before you get to the end of the hall, and it's large wooden door, slightly ostentatious in the way that it's made, a bit of gold in it. The moldings, they fit the Sadi emblem that you saw on the Knight Paladin at the entrance. The acolyte is, please wait here. I'm just going to make sure that our Lord is ready to receive you.
Okay.
So goes inside, close the door behind him.
Yeah.
Takes a good maybe minute and a half before he comes back. All right. High Priest will receive you. Since you do not live here, please refer to him as His Highness or High Priest, whichever you feel more comfortable with.
Okay. I feel comfortable. It doesn't matter. Oh, High Priest is fine. All right.
Yeah. Fisher's trying really hard not to comment on that.
I mean, High Priest is fine. High Priest, he's earned the title of High Priest. I'm not going to call him His Highness.
Yeah, that
Like,
works.
that's weird.
High Priest works.
But High Priest is great.
All right. Just a moment. He opens the door, and when he opens the door, you see a family leaving the room. Man, woman, 3 children. None of them looks at you. They just stare at the ground in front of them, and they just walk silently. They don't
Get involved.
Don't
Audience
get
keeps muttering. Don't get involved. There's not time to lead a peasant rebellion, even though we have the weapons for it. It's not.
We have the weapons for it. Yeah.
He gave a lot of weapons to the other.
Definitely.
What other peasants? We
Oh,
gave
the
6
guards.
swords to the guards. That's
Oh, okay.
it. We have so many weapons.
Okay.
You have enough
We
to
could start a whole guerrilla warfare if we wanted, like
a
rebellion,
real civil war in this town.
but
Yeah.
but we do not have time for that.
So he lets you in. You see this person, and audience, this is the first time that you see someone that, yeah, that maybe you're not supposed to take on. Much more high priest-ish clothing. White, silver, a little bit of gold. There's a jewel around his neck. He has a staff with him that you recognize has many holy symbols on it. It's most likely a powerful object. He himself, the way he carries himself, you immediately recognize that, oh yeah, maybe it's his robe, but he seems to emit a little bit of light. So he is either very attuned to some light, or he has magical object which gives him a permanent 5 feet light aura.
Okay. Well, honestly, the fact that he's super powerful, audience doesn't hate, because maybe he'll somewhat be able to defend the town if he wants to. I don't know.
Please, please, come in, come in. My
Yes, High
acolyte
Priestess.
says you have an important message for me.
Yes, a warning, High Priestess.
Priest.
We were...
High
What?
priest. You said high
Oh,
priestess.
Oh, I don't know. My fault. High priest. I don't actually say high. Audience is not that dumb. He knows a priest and a priestess and the difference.
Well, except for that one time.
We don't talk about that. Alright. Yes, High Priest. We have came with a warning for you and your town. We were traveling, and we noticed a natural magic storm brewing, and it seems, from what we could decide, that it would be headed this way within 4 or 5 days. We believe it is being created by the hags in response to some, whatever the hags do. I don't really know. I'm just a simple fighter. But anyway, we wanted to warn you and your town of this storm, and that perhaps you guys might want to either find a way. I mean, I'm sure you and all your power knows better ways to defend against it than I do. But we just wanted to give you the warning, as we know you are the last great town of this plane.
Yes, and I can also recognize someone dodging a few important points that everyone should know. So you are good enough in a fight to draw the ire of the hags, is what I'm understanding.
We may have killed a few.
We may
Yeah.
have killed a few tags.
Town.
Well, that is very generous of you of warning us against trouble you brewed.
I don't know these two.
Well, if it was, I wish I could say it was just an attack against us. The hags seem to be going for a larger scale approach. Otherwise, we wouldn't be giving the warning.
Yes. Or you have someone else in your party that you haven't included here, which warrants a strong reaction. That's very interesting. But I'm sure you would have mentioned if you knew anyone of that importance.
I don't know who you consider super important. We're pretty new to this plane.
Yes,
We
yes, of course,
got
of
here
course.
recently.
Well, we appreciate very much the warning that you give us. And while I'm sure whatever is coming is most likely not enough to get through our wards and our more than capable warriors, I am sure that since you are the cause of this, you would be more than pleased to give an offering to help us keep our wards operational?
I assume that's salt.
Maybe even holy water.
I don't know if I assume you guys are better at producing holy water than we are.
Oh, yes, of course, but there's always so much that you can produce in a day. Any extra, any reserve is always
Okay.
welcome.
Well, I don't have any holy water on me right now.
Oh,
I'm sorry
what
to
a
say.
shame, what a shame.
We just came to give the warning.
Of course, of course. Well, before you leave town, if you have enough resource to make a donation of salt, you can always ask one of the guards. They will graciously take it and bring it to our stores of salt.
Okay.
Is there anything else you'd like to mention?
Nope. Just here to give a warning. We'll be on our way.
That is very kind of you. Of course, you are welcome to stay the night in our humble town.
Yep.
I
We'll think about it.
I will warn the innkeeper to have a room for you should you decide to stay, free of charge, of course.
That's very, very, very gracious. We appreciate it. High Priest.
Well, thank you very much for your warning. You can go now.
Okay. I'm fine with that. Let's get out of here.
Yeah.
As you turn around,
It does a weird, like, awkward bow thing and then turns around.
Yeah.
as you turn around and leave, you only have time to make 5 or 6 steps, and sound carries in this place. You hear just as you're about to reach the door, it says, "Oh, please, a moment if you will. Someone has just informed me that there is a rumor that you are part of a group hoping to acquire a powerful object. The hammer inside of the temple near here."
It might have been on our bucket list.
How interesting. We would very much be interested in acquiring this object. If there's anything you need. He turns towards someone, and the person just lowers his gaze nervously, comes to you and gives you a token. It's just a holy symbol in the form of a coin.
Yep.
Just present this to any store owner. Of course, we very much expect you to come back and show us your success.
Yeah, we hope to be successful.
Of course, of course. Don't forget your coin. Very useful for purchasing equipment in here.
I'm sure it is.
Do you take the coin?
Yes, I'm not going to be rude. I'm going to take the coin.
All right.
And then I'm going to have Remy cast Detect Magic on the coin later.
Oh, it's just a coin. What's the worst that could happen?
And then I'm gonna be like, "Yep, let's get out of here."
You can go. And he lets you leave. You see the acolyte coming back and taking you outside. He closed the door.
Was there anyone, by the way, near me as we passed the door that the guy had mentioned before? Like any like paladin specifically near me at that moment?
Well, on this side of the hall, inside, you do see two paladins on each side of the door as you're about to leave. They are higher level. You recognize them as paladins. They're not as high level as you, but
I don't need to, I don't even need to cast it. I assume there's shady shit going on behind that door. I don't even need to cast Divine Sense, but I'm not getting involved.
All right, I'm getting naked.
I'm like, yeah, let's get out of here.
Sounds good.
Yeah, once we get out of the temple, I'll be like, so they're going to be a problem when we come back out. I'm pretty sure they're going to be waiting for us, and we're going to have to figure out a way
100%.
around for them.
100%.
Yeah. Definitely very corrupt priesthood up there. If I had some time, I would probably try and take them down. Unfortunately, we don't have the time. So,
We do have the bomb. No, I'm kidding. Sorry.
if the hags end up taking them out, it's kind of on them. I feel bad for the townspeople. I don't think there's a lot we can do here in the time we have.
Yep, I gotta agree with you on that one.
you're left outside of the temple quite easily. Even the acolyte that followed you when you leave, you recognize in his stance that before
Yeah.
he takes you back out.
But, hey, we can get free gear if we want, but it'd feel morally terrible, so I'm not going to.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm with you on that one too. I also feel like if we did use it, right, they'd have more of a on the off chance they're not gonna immediately be hostile.
Well, I assume they're going to be immediate. I have pretty much assumed that they are going to be like, thank you for getting the base for us. We graciously accept your offer, and a quote from them,
Yeah.
I believe, that they would say as we left.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's the vibe I got from that high priest. Also, I will say, I think the majority of that place and one-on-one I could take, that high priest was quite powerful, sensing from his aura. So he would be a challenge. I think like our group, if we could isolate him, could maybe take him, but it would be a challenge.
And good luck.
So I think we should try and avoid combat. Now, if we had the knight with us, I think it would be okay, but that's... Oh, we have comms, don't we?
Yeah, and he said keep it open calm, so he probably heard the entire conversation.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Let me check it with the knight real quick.
Man, I wish
And
I
the
had
other
an
two.
earpiece.
And the other two. Hey, bud. Did you hear all that?
It was kind of hard not to hear it.
Yeah, so apparently this town is like super corrupt, but has a decent level of power. So I don't think we're going to be able to do a lot here for the common folk. I don't know if there's something you want to do, but I'm pretty sure these guys are going to be waiting for us as we leave the temple with the mace.
Well,
I don't know if there's...
I haven't raided anything in a while, but it could
Can we hear this?
could be fun.
Or no?
Well, if you take the orbs out of your,
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
it's an open comm, so
I would love if there was a way, if we could figure out how, but the issue is I think the common people are too scared of them. I don't think there's any way for us to both leave through the portal and protect the townspeople at the same time, unless we took the entire town with us, but I don't know if we could do that.
you hear
Yeah, I don't-
Isalna reacting and saying, well, it does seem that the only building of interest would be that temple you were in. Maybe we just need to take that out.
Okay, I'll let you guys think about something, if you come up with a potential plan, I'm happy to help with it. We're gonna try and work on the mace. I mean, if I have an idea, I'll let you know, but we don't have... We could recon for you, but I don't think there's much more we can do, since I think they pretty much are already, like, a little suspicious of us and already planning our demise. But, yes.
Is this thing on? No, I'm just kidding.
And or trying to upcharge for.
But I am happy
honeymoon
if you
prices.
think that you can raid the temple. We are happy to help raid the temple. I do
Accidentally
not-
pocket dial.
But yeah,
I mean,
I'm gonna let the knight. I mean, the knight, you've probably raided thousands more fortresses than I've even seen. So I'm gonna let you think about that one.
well, yeah.
And we're happy to help with whatever plan you come up with. My only worry would be if we take out the temple, how is the town going to then be defended since we took out all their powerful priests from the storm and the undead horde?
Yeah.
Well, that is an interesting point. I mean, you could probably... Depends on how comfortable you are with this, but you can always take them all with you here. After.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I haven't had visions of me walking through a portal with a town of followers at my feet, but I don't say that out loud. But that might be, if we're trying to hold off an entire army, that might be difficult to move an entire town of civilians that has no reason to trust us quickly through a portal.
It's like justice, guys. We're just gonna go through this portal.
Yeah,
Like, it's
I
really
mean, I
safe
can
on the
always
other
pull
side.
out the whole. I mean, I probably could, in the situation that I feel like that's going to be occurring, I can probably pull out the line of "Follow me through the portal or die," your choice. But we'll see. It's a very loose plan.
Well, what do you think would happen if you changed it to an Austrian accent?
Women and children first.
Come
Come
with me
on.
if you want to leave.
Yeah, I feel
Also,
so.
like, what
Anyway,
would we
well, we got a
like?
few days.
Aren't the correct me if the coordinates we have? Don't they just toss us in
The
the
middle
middle,
of a
of that mountain?
Yeah.
yeah,
Right.
we'd have to lead. Well, but we know things. We know the people in the town below the mountain, right?
Yes. And you know
True.
the spirit of the mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have allies if we can get them to the mountain. It's more just how
It
many.
wasn't. Correct me if I'm wrong. That was a kind of small town, though, right?
Well,
Yeah,
remember,
it-
like, we did a quest for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
But
people
like
can also spread out. once
throwing
they're
a
in.
town's worth of refugees at another small town is kind of not something they'd probably be equipped to deal with.
So you have to remember that when you did this quest, yeah, you were at 1 day walk from a town, but then that town is only 1 day walk from the capital of the entire island chain.
That is true. We could just
Oh.
tell them to go to the capital.
Yeah. Okay.
Welcome to your new world and new life. This here is the
Yeah.
land of.
I mean, they'd probably, right? Like
They'd
being able to
appreciate
heal
it.
without access to holy water, pretty nice.
Yeah.
I think.
Well,
By the way,
Oh.
food grows on the ground here.
Yeah. Right.
Oh.
The issue is it would have to be very last minute. It would have to be very. We already have the mace. We take out the temple, and here townspeople follow us as many of you want to a new world. It's up to you. Stay here, or die, follow us. Very ultimatum-y.
Mhm. I mean, can we even like? All right. So the mace is the key to the portal. Correct.
Well, yes.
Well, the handle of the hammer is the key to the portal.
Yeah.
Yeah. The mace
But- and-
is the key to other things.
Where is the portal? Or can it just be anywhere?
So
It's like a day. I thought it was a day, like a day down from where we are, or a day from like
the
where
hill
we are.
where you met Isalna and Azidra
Mhm.
is the base of that very rocky hill where at the top there is this abandoned portal.
Okay.
So it's probably just something like at most an hour of walk from the
Yeah.
bottom to the top where the portal is. And maybe 10 or 20 minutes away from the portal, there is the place where you have to put the key.
Oh, I'll also say, because thinking about this now is probably more important. I will also say, if we're in a time crunch, remember we got up here with horses from that hill. I don't know if we're gonna have a days of walk for a full town
Yeah,
after we get
that's
the
kind of what I
mace
was thinking. Is
to
like
get them all to the portal, unless any of you guys have way to quickly transport a large amount of people.
Oh,
Or
you're
you
talking to me. No, unfortunately, I don't have anything. I'm
Yeah, unless you think we would have a day after we get the mace to get them there, but
Well, I don't know. We'll have to see how fast you can do this. I guess this is a good incentive for you hurrying up. Um, they probably have a few carts hauling worm that they can attach to them. Um,
okay.
that would give them the ability to move at a constant pace. Sorry,
Okay.
not paste.
Okay. It's up to you. I'm gonna focus on getting the mace, and I'm gonna leave it to you, if depending on how quickly we get the mace, if you think it's worth taking out the temple and trying to bring the people with us.
Well, taking out the temple, like I said, it kind of sounds like fun.
Okay. Well, again, I would rather leave the temple actually up protecting the people, even if it is corrupt, of all the people that are just gonna die. So I'm gonna say I think it should depend on how quickly we get the mace, because I don't just want to leave the people without a defense
All right,
against
then. Well,
the undead horde.
I guess that's a pretty strong incentive to hurry up.
Okay. Well, honestly, this town sucks, so I feel like we're just
yeah,
gonna
let's
kind of
just get out of
leave.
here.
All right, good.
We might.
Anyways, the way that I met my husband.
You don't know why. You hear that in background.
Yeah.
That'll be Remy. We figured everything out.
Have you found
No,
the
you
guy?
guys have been pocket dialed. I can't hear you.
Oh. Have you found the guy yet in the tavern?
Huh? Oh, I go outside really quick. I could hear him. What?
I
No.
know. Is the guy not just the high priest?
Did you guys mention? No, it was the guy who wants to come with us.
Well,
There
we
was
haven't found
someone
any
who's
information.
interested of coming with us.
Well, I don't know
Oh,
how long
don't
it's
search
been
for-
since they talked to him. How much more time we have in the
Well-
tavern? So,
Oh, did they say someone was interested in coming with us, or did they say someone was interested in
and
the
then
mace?
talking to us. They were
I
interested in
think
talking to us.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh.
so I
It
think
was
it's,
the priest
it's
guy.
probably just the high
It's
priest.
just the priest. Okay.
No, we
Never
haven't found
mind.
any information yet.
Although
Okay, yeah, we're
you
good to
and
go.
Remy, well, if we do this quickly, I'd say you and Remy probably notice that there is a strong sense of fear throughout the population. The moment someone enters, they always look, and the moment they recognize someone, Remy, you can give the confirmation that it's someone that has that guild sign, which oddly enough, you don't know this because audience hasn't shared this with you, but the guild sign is a sun coming from behind a hill. So the
I guess I could
emblem
tell him really
of the
quick.
priest is the emblem of that old guild.
If Remy conveyed that to me somehow,
Well, Remy would immediately recognize that the level of stress inside of the inn goes up when a gilded person enters. You wouldn't necessarily notice that it's a gilded person, but you
Yeah.
would notice that for some reason some people seems
there's
to
unrest.
provoke a lot of stress. People just go suddenly quiet.
Chickens get quiet when the fox is around.
Okay,
Interpret
I'd
that
probably
as
get
best
it from
you
that.
can.
Yeah, I'll say there's a lot of unrest around here. It feels a lot of tension when certain people walk in. Something about foxes and chickens. I think people want to get out of here.
Okay. Well, this town is deeply corrupt, so I'm not surprised. So I guess
So wait,
We
what
can
are you
just-
guys planning?
Right now, I'm planning to just try and get the maze. I'm kind of leaving it to how quickly we can get the maze.
And the night you want to?
I don't know. The knight's interested in raiding the temple. Us alone, we're not strong enough to raid the temple.
Well, what if we raid the temple and take the people with us to go get the mace?
I
If we
Okay.
have enough arms.
There was a semi-ward against humans, which they mentioned. And
Mhm.
secondly, I don't know why you want a bunch of people to be dying around us as we enter a danger. I don't want to bring civilians into a dangerous temple.
Just an idea.
By the way, just side note, it is interesting now how there's currently nobody left to the party that is completely human.
Yeah.
No.
I could slip in there, slip out, see what's in that room.
I think I kind of know what's in that room. It's just like
Yeah,
I
I think
would
we
love
should
to
just
take
go
down
to
the
the
temple,
temple.
but I think
Or not the
we
temple,
can't.
but
I think
well,
the
the other
best way to
temple.
help this people is to succeed in our mission quickly, and that'll give the knight time to help us maybe take down the temple if we succeed in our mission quickly.
yeah.
All right.
So let's go get the hammer.
Yeah,
I need to get
and
a backpack
also
before we leave, though.
expect an ambush basically as we leave the temple. So
Okay.
be prepared for that.
Before I leave the town, I'm gonna go grab a backpack. Just a bag for
I actually
traveling.
don't think there are really any items we need from here. I more wanted to just get
there's
the
a
warning.
there's a reason I need it.
Oh, okay. No, I was just saying like they were saying we need I actually don't think there are any like resources we super need.
Mhm.
And I don't want to use the emblem because I feel like that'll lower any trust they have of us.
Well,
Of
yeah, I'm
maybe
just gonna go
following
buy.
us
I don't even know
later.
you have an emblem.
Yeah. Oh, but I do need to give the emblem to Remy when we leave so they can't try so he can detect. But
Also, me and
guess-
Remy are married now. Bye.
we
Congratulations.
are gonna head to the end because I need to meet back
Oh,
up with
okay.
you guys anyway. I mean, we're heading to the end. We have to meet back up with you guys anyway.
Okay.
Now Fisher has a bunch of questions, just wait, I thought I knew how this worked.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you easily meet up back at the tavern. They let you out of the temple. You just have that odd feeling that someone's watching you. So you easily meet up back at the inn. You see Tobiyashi, you see Remy. They don't look different. You said they were married, but anyway.
Yeah.
And you
All
see,
right.
For some reason, they're still holding hands, but
Just that whole time.
you said you wanted to give the token to Remy.
Not here. I want
Okay.
to actually leave this town.
Okay.
I go get my bag first, however much it is.
Well, they ask you for a quarter of an ounce. No, not a quarter of an ounce. A full ounce of salt.
All right, I give them 5 pounds of flour.
Is that the ratio?
How generous?
There you go. Thank you. Bye.
He just wanted to get rid of the flour.
It's just a discount for a married couple. Think about it.
Okay. And then I want to
see,
leave.
I was told that I needed to have flowers for the wedding ceremony, and apparently I misunderstood.
I see. And then I want to leave the town.
They let you leave.
Okay.
You just have the impression that someone's watching over you always.
Yep, that's fine. And then once we leave, I'm gonna hand Remy the coin. It'd be like, yeah. So are they tracking us with this?
Make a wisdom saving throw, audience,
When I pull out the coin?
when you try and give it to Remy.
Oh.
Nice.
19.
You don't want to give it to him. You're about to, but
You get a +10 for yourself.
something in your
Oh.
mind just... You don't want to
Well,
give it to
Fisher
him anymore.
also knows about the coin. So
Yeah, but Fisher, you notice that audience is about to give the coin to Remy and instinctively have that hand gestured, pulling it back toward him.
Buddy's giving the coin.
Yeah, I am trying. I don't think the coin wants me to give it to Remy.
Well, fuck.
Can you take the coin from me?
Oh, did I never see the pendant? Sorry.
Oh yeah, that's
I
right.
snatch it.
Remy, there's a coin in my hand. Take it from me without me knowing.
Well, I don't actually. Yeah, because
Because then it shouldn't
feel
trigger.
I mean, if it.
I'm just looking at Remy. Take it from me without me knowing.
I'm worried you're gonna attack him if he takes it from you.
Thing
though.
is, you show him the coin, and you even show it to him. Remy, I have a coin. I want you to take it from me right now, and you put it in a pocket, but it's eating up at your mind. You can't let it go. So long as you know that Remy is gonna try and take it, you just can't let it go. It's the equivalent of an artifact possession. It doesn't want... You don't want to lose it. You're fighting yourself.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
So this is the time that I'm allowing you guys to try and pin me down if you would like.
Hey, you don't gotta tell me twice. I start wrapping him with rope. No, I'm just...
I hear you. I also don't entirely believe you right now. So just give us a second.
Precious. Oh, sorry. I didn't know where that.
Would you allow either me or Remy to? We don't want to take it. Would you allow us to touch it?
You don't want
I
them
don't know.
to touch it. No, you don't want anyone to touch it. You just want to
I
keep
want no one. I'm looking at you kind of with big eyes, like I don't want anyone to touch it. It is mine. And I'm like, and I'm also looking at you like, get this shit off me.
it. Yeah, he
They're
is saying...
so dramatic.
He's saying, no, it's mine, but his eyes are just saying, get it off of me. Get it off of me now.
I would like to, while this is going on, I kind of go do
start. Give me 10 minutes. I'm gonna start ritually casting detect magic.
Okay.
I start doing my own thing.
I don't.
take
You don't
out-
need to. I can say this. It's magic.
Well, yeah, but this lets me know like
Oh.
a
Okay.
little more. Only a
All I'm
little
gonna
more
do
though, because you
is
won't
take
let me
out my
touch
body
it.
bag. I put the backpack on the hag, and I put the hag back into the body bag.
Okay.
Oh, I
Okay.
put all my clothes. I put all my clothes and my items in there too.
Okay, that's
I
brilliant.
wrap myself up with silk, so I'm wrapped up,
Okay,
and I put that in one of my silk slits.
so that answers why you won't discover that you're missing a book until you leave this place. Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
All right, so 10 minutes goes by, and Fisher, you can detect magic. Well, that's not identify, huh? It's detect
No,
magic.
it just what I guess school is it?
Oh, okay.
Like enchantment, probably. Saving
Necromancy.
Well, fuck.
Oh
Um,
god.
While this is happening, I'm sneaking up behind audience.
You're getting your ass beat, man. He's doing.
I'm sneaking up behind audience, and
Okay.
I'm going to jump into his pocket.
You have to
And
make
try
a
to take it.
sneak versus my perception, because right now I am technically hostile towards someone taking the coin.
Okay, let's see. So I got a sneak. So
I rolled a nat 20 now on my perception. Now. Now's the one I'm gonna roll nat 20 on, huh?
Would this be a surprise? Does he know that I'm trying to take it?
I do with the nat 20.
Fuck. Okay, so stealth.
Do you not have any bonus to your perception?
All right, we'll see what it is. Well, I'm definitely not sneaking up on you.
All right.
So are you jumping on me? Well, I know.
Oh no, How big is your pocket?
Well, his hand is in his pocket.
My
because he
hand
knows
is
he's-
in my pocket, so you can try and wrestle the ring away from me, but I'm gonna know you're trying to do it.
Well, my question is, with my description, it says that I can squeeze through a space that's as narrow as 1 inch wide.
Oh, all right.
Through,
No,
not fit in.
you can.
Well, I could be in there
probably
for a second,
You
right?
can probably slip your hands under his fingers, but the
Like through
moment
I'm
his
not
hand?
saying you can't do this, I'm just saying I know about
yeah,
it.
Oh, okay.
the moment you try and do this, audience, make a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for.
Well,
That was an 18. I already know that fails, because 19 failed before.
Okay, you feel compelled to strike Tobiyashi with a divine smite as powerful as you can make it.
That is unfortunate.
all
Alright, Toby.
right, hit me.
There is no, however, restriction on the type of weapon you want to use. Only the desire to smite him.
Well, I would say I punch him. The unfortunate thing is I cannot, as we have established, use a divine smite while punching him. Because I am compelled, I would use the nearest thing that could divine smite, which unfortunately, because I am not holding anything else, would in fact be my sword.
Or a rock on the
And
ground.
also,
There could be. Is there a rock on the ground near me? Because
There's
I would try and use
so
that.
many rocks
got-
everywhere.
You've got an
Okay.
improvised weapon in your hand.
Oh, you mean I
Punch
just
him with
punch
the
him with the
coin.
coin? Okay. You're getting hit. You're getting hit with the coin. What's that? Improvise? So that's okay. So that's.
That's just.
Oh,
flat
okay.
strength.
Well, I miss, Toby.
He misses.
You see me swing at you and miss.
Oh,
Okay.
I rolled a 3 on that. I'm like, Toby, I am going to hit you if you try and take that. Think of something better.
Hey,
don't think
Also-
I can see through his hand
Also,
either.
I am not just going to hit you, I am going to divine smite you. I am saying this all very honestly, but I'm also looking like I am trying to guys make you aware of the threat that's going on if you don't get this off me.
Hey, buddy. So, you wouldn't, just curious, by any chance, have remove curse prepared today? You wouldn't happen to know that spell, would you?
I have dispel magic. I don't ever move curse.
Any chance you would want to try casting that on that?
I don't know if my body will let me. That is a good
Maybe.
question.
Also, probably, you can't really. That's
So
not
the way
how
that
works,
curse
so.
works, you can't voluntarily do anything that would separate you
Yeah.
from the coin.
So I guess I would say no, I don't want that because I want my coin fisher.
Oh, I think I have a good way to do it.
Maybe don't tell me about it, Toby.
No, I'm not. I'm not telling you about it. I am going to hit him.
You're gonna hit me.
I'm going to hit him 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 times.
What? So we're about to go. What do you?
I'm gonna see if it works on the first time. I'm gonna keep doing it if it doesn't work.
Could someone stop Toby? Come with up.
Toby, we gotta go do a fight.
I can't stunning strike him and then take the coin from him.
No, you can. You're,
But then
if
you're also gonna have the coin. Do you have a resistance to the coin?
Yeah.
By
Maybe.
the way, would Raimi have a place that he can hide real quick?
Hide period or hide from audience?
Hide from audiences.
Whoa. That was an odd sound.
All right, I won't punch him.
I think
Punch it.
I think Skype is having trouble. I'm hearing everyone very robotic.
Yeah, it's
can see
it.
it went robotic-y. It went robotic.
Okay. Yeah, and none of your images are moving.
Well, yeah, neither is yours.
Is the stream still up?
Well, sound is coming through. It's just the images that aren't.
Okay.
Oops.
I don't
that's
know
for them.
what just happened. Oh, we've got movement. Something's happening.
It
There's
sounds like
So
it's
good.
coming
Sounds
back.
better.
there's an
It
update.
sounds like it's coming back.
Everyone's moving very robotically. Tobiashi, your camera just went
The
hyper
frame,
slim.
all the frames are dead.
Okay, there's movement. I think everything's back.
Okay.
I think that's the stream saying, "Hey, it's getting late. Maybe we shouldn't do a lot of things
It's
right
past
now."
time, guys.
Yeah.
All right.
So let's just finish on who was talking.
Remy.
Remy, what you were saying?
Rami wanted to know if there was like a spot where he could like hide from audience real quick while this whole
Well,
interaction was happening.
Audience is pretty focused on Tobiashi, on warning Tobiashi that he's gonna divine smite him. So you just have to go behind audience, and technically you're out of his field of vision, so you have a chance to hide from audience, not from everyone else because they're watching audience and they would see you, but from audience.
Mm-hmm. In which case, audience probably can't do 23 in this moment.
I think I'd have to roll another nat 20 to even have a chance. So probably not. I will roll again though. I hope I do not roll 2. I do not. That is a 7.
Okay.
You are fine. You are hidden from me.
So, in which case, mostly because since he's definitely not going to be able to wrestle the coin from audience's hand, what he's instead going to do is he is going to magically tickle him under the armpits and force him to make a wisdom saving throw at disadvantage.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll see if I roll lower than that. I doubt I will. Okay. That is a 11. I rolled a 3.
All right. In which case, you are now under the effects of Tasha's hideous laughter.
Fair enough.
I was thinking about that one.
So you
Does
fall
that-
prone. It's you are incapacitated, meaning you can't necessarily fight somebody off to take the coin.
That is good. Someone take, but don't take it with your hands.
I'll use my silk to grab it.
Well, Remy
Don't
has a
use
very
your silk.
good...
That's gonna.
I was gonna. Can I summon with my owl familiar and have it just nab it and fuck off?
Yeah, since you can just unsummon it, the coin would fall to the ground. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but if I mean grab it and then just fly off.
Okay.
It's bye.
Well, I think once
bitch.
it's out of, I assume once it's out of my possession, I'll be okay. But
Well, it's
we'll see.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Try it.
yeah, I guess I use my action to summon my owl familiar and tell it to grab the coin in audience's hand and then fly off.
So he can't make rolls to see if he's incapacitated.
Yeah,
Incapacitated.
incapacitated.
Yeah, can't take action or reactions.
I cannot react to the owl trying to take the coin.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, in that case, the owl takes the coin away from you, and although you are laughing hysterically right now, something inside of you is mad as heck because someone took the coin. And you just look at Remy right now. And you look at Fisher because he's the one who has the familiar. And Remy, this is an odd moment. You've never seen audience with a desire to hurt you, Remy, right now. I don't think Fisher would mind so much.
Guys, I'm going through grade 2. Guys, I don't think it's like I don't have the coin, but I'm not happy.
Oh, fuck.
Fisher, make a Arcana roll.
I think we have to knock him out, guys.
Math. 22.
22. The coin is away from audience. That doesn't mean the curse ended, but there is a chance that now you could possibly end the curse on audience. Because one thing about cursed object is when you manage to pry them out of the hands of people that have them, they can be cured at that moment. So long as they have the object, that's always the problem. You have to separate them from the object.
Any chance you want to spell magic on yourself
No,
right now, bud?
audience doesn't want. The audience wants to kill Remy right now.
Audience wants to hit you.
Can it?
Fucking.
Can it work if it's in a different?
Remy, do I have the lever? Or do you?
Like, Raimi currently has the lever, but
I would try and in some way incapacitate on, like tie him up, do something so he can't immediately hit you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Can the cursed items still work if they're in a different dimension?
You don't know.
You don't know. You could try and you can't open my dimensional storage.
No, I could open mine and put it in the backpack and put it back in.
You mean put me in the body bag?
No, put the coin in the body bag.
Put the coin in the backpack
put
he put on the hag that he put inside of his
yeah, you could.
body
You could
bag.
do that. You could do that.
I don't.
Let's try it out.
I mean, yeah, okay, we'll do that.
Might as well. Let's do it real quick.
By the way, how often do you have to save against Tasha's hideous laughter? Is it do you get incapacitated for the full time, or is it every like 6 seconds?
You'll make one every 6 seconds, but you make an extra one at advantage if somebody does damage to you.
Okay, so I assume probably I have
really
to make
quick.
one more before you guys, since we were talking.
Yeah,
But-
okay.
Yes.
Start taking out the body. Get the backpack.
Okay.
I will drop
Is
it
it
in
still
here.
is it still a disadvantage?
It's a straight roll now. It only
Okay.
gets disadvantage at the initial save.
Well, I rolled a nat 1, so you're still good for another 6
All
seconds.
right. Fisher,
Have the owl drop it in the bag.
your owl doesn't want to let the coin go.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, then I'll just tell the owl to just fly away. Otherwise, the audience is just going to try and take it from him. So just get out of here.
Can you do
Tell your
the
owl to
owl
get
over
in
the
there.
bag?
I don't.
Yeah, just do
I'd
something.
rather, honestly, fuck the coin being near us.
He's gonna attack us though.
Well, no,
the
if he's
owl
gonna
has-
have the owl fly away, it's like the owl has no reason to attack us.
No, not the owl. I mean, audience is gonna attack us since the coin is still working, even if it is away from him.
I mean, I can save my wisdom saving throw. You guys also just
Well,
need to tie me up, and I'll
Audience
eventually.
wants the coin. The coin
Dissipate
is
it,
with
put it in the
owl.
bag, put it in the dimensional.
Attacking
storage.
us won't give him the coin back.
Well, audience, I think, is also mad at you guys now because you took the coin.
Yeah, but
It's like if you took the one ring from
Remy,
Gollum,
give
he's
me
gonna
the
attack you.
lever.
You could try it. I was just trying the bag thing.
You guys are wasting up your 6 seconds. I just rolled.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna take the lever. Raven, give me the fucking lever.
Wait, sorry, just above table. What are you hoping to do with the lever?
What do you think about me to do? I'm
Dispel magic with it.
yeah, because that's
I mean, the thing is,
only
like,
thing.
just
We
above
don't have
table. The
any
only reason why it
access to
works on
remove-
you is because,
Yeah.
because
I am aware. We don't have any access to any kind of remove curse.
I'm
So
the only
that's
one
the
who has
closest
anything.
thing we have to it. So that's what I'm trying.
actually, I'm just gonna double check real quick.
Although we should tie him up first because that'll probably get rid of the Dodge City's laughter.
Wait, that's like what you guys should be doing first.
You guys should already have been tying me up.
Yeah. All right, I've tied it up.
I'm being generous with my 6 seconds, by the way, now.
I'm tying him up.
Can you tie me up within 6 seconds, or should I make another roll? How fast can you tie me up?
I
I'm
could
not
wrap you up
super
really quick.
dexterous, so
I'll wrap him up with my silk.
The roll to tie somebody up is like a sleight of hand intelligence roll.
yeah.
Toby, I would also wrap me up with your silk as a...
Which I got
What did that
a. Yeah, not good. I got a 10.
I'm making another roll, by the way. What's a 23? Does a 23?
Yeah.
What do you think my DC
that'll-
is?
I don't know. I assume not 23. Alright, audience is no longer under Tasha's hideous laughter.
Well,
Toby, have you restrained
I wrapped
audience
him-
yet with your
Yeah,
silk?
I wrapped him up. I wrapped him up with 70 feet of silk.
Okay.
damn. Because he couldn't make anything. It's no longer grapple. It's really completely restrained.
Yeah. So audience is now trying to get out of that, I guess.
Yeah. Well, oddly enough, you're not so mad at Remy anymore because the spell has worn off, but you are pissed at Fisher.
Okay.
Fisher,
Well-
tell your bird to fly in my bag. Now.
By the way, do I keep making any wisdom saves against the curse itself or no?
No, the curse has taken effect.
It works
there
until you finish the quest.
dispelled.
Okay. Unfortunate.
Or until someone gives you back the coin.
So, Fisher, the bird in the bag, please.
I mean,
If it doesn't work, we can just have him come back out.
You could also call. We have people on call that you might be able to call to see if they have any ways to dispel curses.
Yeah.
If you
that's
guys don't
what-
have any, if you can restrain me.
Oh, actually,
what I was-
Draken,
Yes.
is this a situation where, like, upon being cursed by the item, audience is now attuned to it?
No, it's not an attunement thing. It really was just the moment he grabbed it, he was cursed.
Hmm. But it's just like, because I know for a fact that, at least with like, so like again, this is like sticky area because like curses are not really like well defined in 5e. But at least with the rules for like attunement as far as like magic items go, if the item is away from you, like a certain distance away for a certain period of time, like then it automatically unattunes.
Okay. No, it's not an attunement object because it's really meant to be given to someone, and that person doesn't want to get rid of the coin. Giving.
I get that, but it's just like I'm bringing it up in the event that you would perhaps interpret like curses to somewhat work the same, especially this kind of curse, since the nature of it is being that you don't want to part with the item. So if the item is a significant distance away from you for an extended period of time, like maybe it having a similar effect in that regard.
Well, a little bit. This is why I said now audience is away from the object. If you can just dispel the curse on him, you could be in the clear. That's why I said this. So long as he has the object on him, it's not going to work. The object is just going to reassert its dominance. But now he doesn't have it on him. So there is a chance there to end the curse.
Mhm.
The audience just doesn't want to.
That's why
by
I
the
want
way-
to try the lever.
By the way, you can try the lever.
All right, I guess we're gonna see what happens when it's on
Can
a
we try the bag
non-object
first or no?
person. At the very least, I think Rami will put it on the gonna
I
try
would
for
not-
like the scale armor part of his body, because otherwise I don't know where else the lever could possibly adhere to.
it's not gonna work.
Yeah,
on
I didn't think
flesh.
so.
Dang it.
Get it into the body bag.
Just get
Try
it.
the-
Can we try the bag, please?
Okay,
I wanna see if it works.
I try
I'm
and tell
trying
my
to it.
owl to bring it
I'm
into
making
the
a
body
strength
bag.
roll.
The owl's gonna.
Is my owl listening to me?
You can't. Oh,
By the way, Toby, what does a 26 do on a strength roll against your?
It's my.
What is a
bill.
re-roll? Because silvery
do I have
barbs.
Okay. What is a 16?
What is? Do
advantage
you have to make a
on-
save?
Toby, I believe it's an opposed check.
Yeah, I think it's a pose check.
Yeah,
Do-
and you have
do I get-
advantage.
it's the
'cause
same thing as a
of My
grapple.
silvery barbs.
So you're opposing your because it's your silk, your wisdom
And it's like,
proficiency.
and it's super. Oh yeah, it's my wisdom. Duh. Okay. And I have advantage.
You just
Yeah.
gotta beat a 16.
We believe in you.
19.
Nice.
All right.
Nice.
All right, I'm still restrained. Now,
Just have the owl fly into the backpack.
and then desummon it.
I try. Does it
Yeah,
work?
it just
Okay.
doesn't want to let go of the
Let it
coin,
go.
but it's still
Okay.
obeying you for the rest.
Now
Alright.
just make it disappear.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Does a familiar have a choice to be dispelled? I don't think
It does
he
not.
has.
I don't think so.
I don't
Mhm.
think so.
Oh, I closed my spell. All right. Well, if he doesn't have any choice, you hear the argument. No. It disappears.
And then I put the hag into the storage and close it.
So now the ring's in a different dimension for me, technically, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a dimensional body bag.
But that's. I mean, the curse is still on you, though.
Well,
Is
I
that
don't
how it
know if
works?
breaks. I don't
Yes,
All right,
I
guys.
think.
I have the solution.
Hey,
for
knight.
this.
Sorry, Ravi, what's going on?
Well, I mean, I guess. Okay, well, at least answer the question if, like, the
Yes.
knight or somebody knows how to cast that spell first before we employ my idea, because
Mhm.
if they can do it, it's less expensive.
Hey, y'all been listening to this clusterfuck over here? Audience got cursed.
He saw him and just says, "Oh, you just figured out we were listening. Good. That was actually very entertaining. Mr. Knight even managed to tap in the live feed, so we've been seeing a few moments. Very entertaining.
Cool, helpful. And you didn't think to speak up and be like, "Hey guys, we
You
have an
seem to be
Toby
having a
beat
lot of fun.
beat a 17. It's been another 6 seconds of conversation.
Okay.
fucking stop teasing us and come up with a solution."
22.
Okay.
Remy, you don't even have to see her. You hear the title being screamed just before Azidra speaks. Shut up! Of course the knight has something. Oh, well, of course. I have a few grenades that can dispel.
Well,
That would be very much appreciated.
Yeah, can you hold him down for 4 hours?
You tie me up.
We can try.
Okay, so
so the dimension didn't work.
Okay, Raimi has a solution.
yes.
We kill him.
Kelly and Resi me would technically work, but would not be very worth it.
Okay, go on, Remy.
Oh, because I go. Oh wait, no, dang it, we can't use that.
Wait.
Because the soil is in audience's dimensional storage, and nobody else can open it but him.
Does DM, previously, I believe one of the words you mentioned was possessed.
Yes. It's a condition
Do I
called
think
artifact
protection
possession.
from
Actually,
evil
guys,
and good
okay, no,
would
actually, I do have a
stop
solution, but
it?
Raimi is going to have to do something that he doesn't want to do.
Okay.
Do I think
Protection from evil and good might work if it's possession.
Is audience still prone right now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. It's like Raimi is going to pull out his short sword and stab audience.
I feel like there's a different way to do this, but okay.
No, trust me, this will
I'm
make
guessing
sense
the
in a
body
moment.
bag didn't work.
Okay.
All right, so this will be booming blade.
That
Like
will be a
a
crit.
that's a 19 on the die, so that will hit audience.
Well, I
And
have
you
a
have advantage.
22 AC.
No, a 19 on the die.
Oh, 19 on the die. Yes, that'll hit me.
Like it is not bothering.
maybe
to do
only
the
has a
math there.
+2 to attack?
Yeah, 19 will hit me.
Trust me, this will make sense in a moment because I'm remembering something that Draken said I could do with an item.
Okay.
All
Chris
right,
is just
so that'll
trying to
be
think of what spells he has. It was, what the fuck?
5, 9, 17. Oh no! Like, no, I know how Brian. No, 5, 9. God. 14. 18, 24.
Are you using your sneak attack damage or no?
29. Yeah, don't worry. Again, this will make sense in a moment.
Okay. By the way, I am rolling another strength check, Toby. Because audience is confused after he stabs me. You gotta beat a 28, unless someone wants to silvery barge that again.
Well, if it's after he stabs you, I'm gonna wait to see what happens when he stabs you.
Well, you're out. I rolled a nat 1.
Alright, so we're at, well, the series of events is Remy stabs me and then I break out. But yes.
So then, like 31 piercing and 7 thunder.
Okay. So that's
Jesus
38 damage in
Christ.
total.
So, by the way, how much of that is your hit points?
What do you mean, all of it's my hit points?
He didn't
Like,
have
what's your
the shield
maximum
in
hit point?
hand.
Oh, 97.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, we haven't rolled comp. I don't think I've rolled initiative yet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I get that. I just needed a frame of reference.
Okay.
Like,
It's about a third of his hit points.
Yeah, it's about there.
yeah, because I need to hit a goal number before I do the things I want to do.
Okay, well, audience is now
But yeah, so
out.
like so I guess Raimi and audience are fighting, but since it's
Roll
still part
initiative,
of Raimi's air
baby.
quote turn,
So technically, audience, now you are just grappled.
Yeah, but I'm just
Yeah.
grappled.
I'll
But
try
it
to
is not
further
my
it.
turn. It was my action to break it.
Oh, that's right. All right.
I'll
Alright,
try
you guys have
furthering it
another
then?
6 seconds.
all right, Raimi's
Yeah, I try
gonna
to further
stab
my
one more
grapple.
time
Okay,
Okay, reaffirm.
because I need to stab you at least one more time before I can try this.
that is fine.
Uh,
Audience trusts you. He hates you right now, but he also trusts you inside. There are two
I
audience
rolled-
right now.
I rolled
all
a
right,
21 to further
that's
my
18
grapple.
on the die, so I know that'll hit.
Do I roll against that or no?
Yeah, it's a grapple. You can
Yeah.
oppose it. You want to
Okay.
oppose it. Right now, you want to beat the crap out of Tobiyashi because he has your coin.
I rolled a 26, so
Yeah, I
you
didn't
do not
further it.
You did not further it.
God. Okay, 5, 8, 12, 17,
If Remy doesn't
21,
succeed, audience is going to beat the crap out of Tobiyashi.
26, 31, 33, so 33 piercing and 8 thunder.
You have gotten me below half. If that was
So,
the goal.
your knife really gets in.
All right, so like let's do one more round where like audience is trying to break out of
Okay,
Tobiyashi's thing.
audience breaks out or tries to break the grapple now. That's only 15 though.
Oh, mine's 16.
Oh, you maintain the
10
grapple.
plus 6.
All right. Now Raimi is going to make one more attack, but this time it's with the pacifism knife.
You're hurting him!
Okay.
All right.
Does the pacifism knife, like, undo curse?
No, but it.
Well, it is a different curse, but a more useful one for this situation.
I
Okay, I
understand
keep
what he's
progressively
trying to
getting.
do.
If you
I keep
knock him
progressively getting
unconscious
lower,
with-
but that's still a 17 on the die. So
Okay. Well, I'm at 18 HP. So.
okay, so let me just figure out if I actually. I mean, I should be able to roll higher than that. But
Feel like you can get higher than 18?
In this dimension, the pacifism knife actually does damage because you can't heal.
okay, I deal more than your damage, than your hit points. So as Raimi is finally bringing down like this particular knife, he stabs it into your chest, but then he leaves it there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So technically, audience, you fall to the ground unconscious.
Unconscious.
Out of hit point.
So do I not have 18 hit point anymore?
No,
Or am I at
because
zero?
the pacifism knife does the damage, but the moment he removes the knife, the damage is healed.
Okay.
So
I see.
technically,
But
you
it's-
are right now unconscious because
Unconscious.
of severe
okay.
damage.
I am unconscious.
Yeah, you are unconscious and stable.
Okay.
I further my grapple and start to drag him. Let's go.
Fisher's just like, well, fuck. I was gonna try just casting a spell on him, but I
I
guess
don't know. Remy
you
is a
could kill
plan,
him,
I'm sure.
maybe.
No, just above table. Like a protection from evil and good was never going to work on a curse. But this, at the very least, allows us to not have to fight audience for 4 hours while we're waiting for somebody to bring over a dispelling method.
I see.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
All right.
So are we
It's
just waiting
unfortunate that I
before-
had to do that much damage, like real damage, to get to the threshold, but I can't help the fact that you have like over
It's
90 hit
okay.
points.
Maybe the knight has something to help heal me too.
Alright,
If
alright.
not, I can heal myself.
It's unconventional, but everything is by the book as I wrote. So yeah, okay, it's good.
Like the other thing I wanted to do, if it only would have worked if it wasn't audience in particular, because if we had access to the dimensional storage, then we would have had access to our soil, and then we could have gotten out Oranak, who I know for a fact has greater restoration prepared, and Raimi has materials in his bag to cast that spell.
Let's see.
But we can't because you had to be the one to open your storage,
Which I
and you
would
weren't
not
going to
do.
willingly do so.
No.
Man, I can't believe
So
the
this was the
dimensional bag didn't
alternative.
work.
Well, that's the thing. Your bag worked in the sense that now you've isolated the coin, but audience knew that it was your bag, so all he has to do is go through you to get to the coin. That's the problem.
Yeah. That's why I wanted my owl to fuck off with it, so it'd just be gone.
To be fair, audience might have gone and tried to chase down the owl.
That's what I was thinking.
He might. All right.
Raimi's gonna have to do a lot of apologizing later.
No, audience will be fine with it. He said he gave permission for you guys to deal with it. He knew that he wasn't going to be able to stop himself.
All right. Well, unconventional, but at the end it worked, and you have a way to wait until someone arrives. And since technically you can't heal right now because you haven't been given holy water, it means that you are stable at 0 hit point, not getting worse, but not getting better.
That said, don't remove the 18 hit points because it'll just
Yeah.
come right
Yeah,
back.
I know I'm at 18, but it's
All right.
And if nothing else, you have your own lay on hands and like healing spells to bring yourself back up.
yes, I do.
All right. Well, with this, I think it's a good place to end today's stream with everyone just.
We might need to keep the soil somewhere else just in case just in case the audience dies or like
You guys are
is
not
not near
moving
us.
anything. You are not getting into my dimensional space if I die ever again.
That's what I'm saying, and that's the only
Yeah.
way we could get to Onag to
You mean
revive
if
one
I
of
wake
us
up?
if one of us
I'm
die.
saying you just can't do it right now.
Oh no, I know that.
No, actually, guys, above table, we do have a way to revise somebody without audience. So, just ideally, we don't want to use it unless we have to.
No.
All right. And so with this, I believe this is the conclusion of today's episode. Oh, crackling fire. Yeah. All right. So, interesting. You had plans. You are going to try and possibly raid a temple when you get back. You had to put audience down, even though he didn't want but wanted to. All right.
No, Dad, it's my dog. I'll do it.
Listen,
And Tobiyashi got married to Remy. Oh, good lord.
That's why he
What would
killed
the
audience.
kids look like?
Duh.
They just
What would the
have.
kids be made of?
all right. Audience is it's no longer an option. Audience is raiding this temple with the knight. They have
I'm
They have
down.
ticked off audience.
We could just throw the bomb in there and take care of the rest.
If we survive this temple, audience is coming for that shit.
Oh, that's good to know. I'll prepare a battleground for that encounter. All right, so thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for watching. We hope you had a pleasant, whatever part of the day it is for you. And we hope you'll be there next week, next Wednesday or next Friday if you're watching the rebroadcast. I don't know if we raid tonight, if we're on Friday right now. I don't know if we raid. There's not a lot of people playing Dungeons and Dragons and the people that I knew right now. But if Tobiyashi's there, we can always raid him. And watch him torture polygons.
Yup.
Or play League of Legends. Who knows? But I might try also to see if there's another D&D channel playing right now. It's always good to bring in a few listeners. So, like I said, thank you for watching. Remember, if you enjoyed the show, you can support us. It is very much appreciated when you do. You can follow us, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, leave a comment, leave a like. If you want to do more, there's always donations, becoming Patreons, subscribing on Twitch. That's very much appreciated by me right now, because my work is contract-based, and right now, at the beginning of the year, we don't have a whole lot of contract. So that would be very much appreciated. But only give if you can. Don't sacrifice your own meal for this. And if you can't do any of all of this, there's always this very free thing you can do, which is always very helpful, and that's spreading the word of this channel. So, again, thank you for being here. See you next week. And as always, stay safe and stay healthy. Good night.
Good night.
Today.
And